Well, the regular season for the Elite League is over. Now we are down to tiebreakers. We've got 3 teams yet to work out where they're currently seated in the playoffs. It's going to be PSG Quest, Azure, and G2IG going ahead in the 3-way tiebreaker. Liz, it's going to be a good day of Dota. I'm excited.
Oh, it's going to be a good day of Dota. I just want to see how long it's going to last, because I've been a part of a couple of these tiebreakers that went on and on and on and on. Let's see if something similar happens, or if we have round 1 and that's it. But in any case, best of ones, it's always a little bit spicy. There's always some potential for some cheese picks. You always have to worry about your Meepos, your Tinkers, your Arc Wardens, like these kind of heroes. So let's see. Azure, they definitely have them in store. PSG Quest, they have a couple of their own as well. And who's the last one? It's G2IG, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, like they're a little bit more straightforward, but I'm sure they could pull out that offlane Meepo, maybe. So, yeah, best of ones. Let's see. It all comes down to this. When it comes to these 3 teams and how they faced off against one another, what happened there? Can you remember? I believe Azure won versus Quest, but evened out versus G2IG.
Yep,
right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yep. And then G2IG versus Quest, they lost. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it seems like it's a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, everyone was able to take maps off each other. So, they've showcased that they're very good teams, but we've also seen the thing for PSG Quest in particular, who we are going to be starting with versus Zuri. This team, they either win, they either 2-0, or they get 2-0. There's no in between. That they've not had a tie at all. So this is interesting. If it's good, they win the first game. Perfect. I know it is just a best of one though, so we'll see. If they're able to win this one, and then of course, maybe we get some infinite, all-rounding second round of tiebreakers. With that being said, there's no infinite tiebreakers this time, because apparently we're gonna have a 1v1 if it goes to the 3rd round. So we will not get infinite tiebreakers. If we go 3 rounds, then we'll have some 1v1 action going on, which will be fun.
Wait, what do you mean 1v1? 1v1 mid 1v1? No.
Yeah, mid 1v1, sorry. Yeah, mid 1v1.
Really?
Yeah,
Damn, I actually want to see that. Now I wish they all tie. I wanted to go out tonight, but never mind. Screw that. Let's go. Let's cover some 1v1s. I'd be down for that. That's always fun. It's like you flame someone, he flames you back. Lobby SF 1v1. Let's go. Let's sort it out. That was always the ultimate test of who's smarter in Dota. It doesn't matter. You can make all the right calls. You can make all the right shots. If you can't back it up with 1v1 SF mid, it doesn't mean anything.
No, I agree. You got to be able to back it up. If you can't, then otherwise, tough shit. You're not good enough. So yeah, maybe we'll get there. We need 2 ties to be able to have that actually happen, where we do get the 1v1s, and so we'll see if that is going to be the case.
That was literally the way things worked back in the day. It was basically if your opinion is just not valid if you can't win 1v1 mid. But yeah, let's see. I wish we do see that, but I also wish we see some really good games. PSG Quest so far, they've had some outstanding performances versus teams like Team Spirit. They managed to win against them. Team Spirit, of course, not in the best form at the moment, and we can see Azure first. Azure, they evened out with OG, lost to Team Spirit actually, and won versus Entity. Yeah, this is actually back to my point. I feel like Team Spirit is a team that steps it up a little bit when playing versus favorites. That's why they did so well against Falcons and Azure, but not maybe as well against Heroic, who are already out. That is not as well against PSG Quest, but let's see the bans. We're gonna go into the game shortly. I want to see how these teams prepared for one another. Quest won versus IG versus Spirit, but lost to OG. Why is OG in here? It doesn't matter.
That's
in any
probably
case.
their most recent ones, I imagine.
Most recent ones, yeah. I was thinking maybe the head-to-head matchups. That doesn't matter. Like OG yesterday are out, right? Team Spirit as well, so we won't be seeing these two teams. We will just be seeing G2IG, PSG Quest, and Azure.
Yeah, so let's get it underway. We should have game one coming up very soon. PSG Quest going to be the rating side, Azure on the die side. Just again to recap, so everyone is aware, of course, these teams are already guaranteed into the playoffs. This is literally just for seeding. This is for upper bracket and lower bracket. This is very important, though. This is still, especially upper bracket, having that second chance could be vital, because we've seen there has not been... I don't even know if there's been any major tournaments where someone has won from the upper bracket. I know it's still TI. We have not had that happen just yet. That's always the big kind of storyline, starting in the upper bracket in TI or starting in lower bracket. Good luck making that run. And it's probably still going to be the same as well for a tournament worth $960,000 for the overall prize pool. And with the teams that we have at the moment, and with everyone being able to take maps off each other, you want to be in the upper bracket. You need that second chance. So yeah, these tiebreakers are very vital for these teams.
No, 100%. I want to ask production and the guys of Elite League, why not bump it up for another 40K, but it doesn't matter. It's a more interesting of a number this way. I want to see this game starting, so I do believe the draft is around the corner, Aries. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Caster, start the game.
We do have a draft going on, so we'll get that up on screen hopefully pretty shortly. What are we? We've casted again. We've pretty much only done Group A, so it's kind of nice we're doing these tiebreakers as well, because we are quite familiar with the teams. It feels like we've done a lot of PSG Quest, we've done a lot of Azure as well. So heading into it, how do we feel like the strategies are going to compete against each other with these two teams?
I do believe that PSG Quest maybe are a team with a little bit more of, how to put it, transparent drafts, like what to ban against them. Azure, they have a lot of their own strategies that they like to run, and they perform them really well. Plus, on top of that, they play the meta very well. PSG Quest, however, at the same time, I feel like if you ban out some... I've seen the bans, by the way, guys. The draft already started, so I'm not making stuff up, but Keeper of the Light is really strong in Noob's hands. Analog dominated in Heroic with it as well, so a hero that I believe will be banned out throughout the series. I don't have True Sight, but yeah, Keeper of the Light has already been banned. You guys will see it in a couple of moments. When it comes to other picks that they play a lot of good carries on TA. Like we've seen him win with TA 2000. That is, we've seen this man win with Morphling. We've seen him win with Anti-Mage. Like he actually performs really damn well on any carry that's been given so far to him. We'll see what that carry will be. Aries, what are these picks? What do we have so far?
Shadow Demon Tiny for PSG Quest. We got a Disruptor as well for Azure. So nothing too out of the ordinary overall. I think in particular, though, we have seen PSG Quest put a lot of emphasis on the Gyrocopter in some of their recent drafts, and this was actually untouched at the moment. So, of course, we have seen also there was one game from PSG Quest where Tiny was played by Noob, and I think he was like 10-0 or something. So, of course, there's a lot of flex here for PSG Quest, but let's see how Azure want to react. We've also seen them have some interesting drafts. The Clinks has been something they've been looking at. FY will play it. You'll even, of course, give it to Low. We've seen Bark as well play some Bristleback, but I think there was one game and very kind of specific. But yeah, they pull some interesting stuff out.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. They already revealed their Bach hero, right? Like just mentioned him, Disruptor, Centaur. Like Disruptor right now for me. Okay, the Shadow Demon is my love, my true love, the one you never forget. I do believe the Shadow Demon is still top tier support at the moment, but Disruptor as well is neck and neck. Like the amount of work that this guy does from position 5 is insane. He shuts down a lot of heroes that are popular at the moment. He's good against your Faceless Void, that's top tier pick. He's good against all the Spirits, Pucks and whatnot on the mid lane, and he also is a strong laner. the 4-4-0 build as well, which I've seen recently, or just like you can't go for. I don't know. I've seen it, but please don't do it in pubs, guys. It's good. It's good when you're completely owning, and you buy that shard, and your Thunderstrike is stupid strong, gives a lot of vision, but I just want to see my 1-4-1 with an ulti build on Disruptor, glimpse people back from a mile away, especially when you have the Centaur techies. It's already looking like a really strong lineup. Razor is banned, Centaur is picked. Is this a life stealer now? And that's my question. It looks already decent for TA 2000, but I would rather see him on some ultimate win condition. Lifestealer is better than he used to be, for sure, when it comes to that. He scales much better now. Aghanims, even the shard, it's all good, but I don't know. I'd rather see TA on something a bit funkier. They'll probably pick it anyway. It's just too good, I feel like, of a game. Might be some sort of a bait, though. Morphling is still in the pool as well, by the way.
Yeah, so that could be the response then from Azure. You look to go Morphling at the 18th pick. Of course, it looks like a pretty solid game at the moment. You may warrant the Tiny to be flexed to the mid lane just to offer the burst potential. Tech is Disruptor very weak, and if they do Morphlings, a response to the Lifestealer, and maybe Noob is able to have a similar game like we saw previously. But of course, they're going to use a lot of their reserve time PSG quests. Let's see what they go for. It'll be the Mirana. So Tiny gets revealed as a mid laner very early on.
It is one of those noob heroes, so not extremely surprised by it. Also, keep in mind you have this Shadow Demon disruption into Arrow now. Mirana, hey, if this Mirana is a 4 and you're playing into a Disruptor, I can tell you straight away, this isn't a fun lane for Mirana. Like, you need a ton of regen and Thunderstrike alone. Like, he doesn't even have to trade you, he just needs to cast Thunderstrike on you and that's it, like, he'll be fine. So with Mirana, what are we expecting? We're expecting some sort of a bulky frontline offlaner. We've seen teams experiment a little bit with your Beastmaster. We've seen PSG Quest go for an X, but that was game specific. What's super in the meta that's left? You have... Never mind, let's go with the carry first. They get themselves a Morphling. So they just revealed their safe lane and mid. Of course, Tiny, like, not much of a reveal. They already could have known that it's gonna happen, and you already see the enemy offlane, so you can pick your carry. It opens up. We've seen yesterday Morphling win against PL, but I do believe this still opens up the PL. It opens up the Naga for Azure, if they wanted to pick it. If they wanted to go some other way, they picked some Weaver back in the in the past. I don't like it too much here into Tiny. They picked all these squishy cores into Tiny for me that are usually good against Morphling, like your Drow. Don't feel that amazing, but maybe an option. I still like an illusion carry for them.
I think I like the Naga more. I mean, your classic Naga Disruptor. And just with what you're able to do, I think Naga overall provides a lot more pressure onto the map with your lane shove, with the illusions, and really, I mean, both Brana and Shadow Demon, of course, are very much going to struggle with dealing with that.
Straight up Naga. Good call. I mean, overall, just a strong hero. I like it. You have illusions to steal if you're Shadow Demon, which is something that's nice for quest. And maybe you can abuse her with something like a Brewmaster pick here, but it's... I don't know, it doesn't feel that amazing. Like, Brew into Disruptor, into Techies, you can be blown up in that Static Storm. Oh. That might be an option for them, though. Let's see, they ban out the Zeus. Of course, right now for Azure, their last pick will be their mid. But they don't have the ultimate last pick. It doesn't matter because they see the Tiny matchup already.
What are they lacking, you think, on Azure?
On Azure, some burst would be solid. Like, you have... Actually, never mind. You've got this... You know what? Like, this puck would be amazing for them, but not into Tiny. And now my question is, would you play it into Tiny? Probably not, right? It looks like a pretty good puck game. It looks like a pretty good game for any of the spirits. There's not a lot of catch, just the disruption into Arrow. Getting on top of Morphling is nice. Maybe not a good game for Ember, but besides him, looks solid. What else? You could go for something funky like an OD mid into Morph. You have a save against Arrow as well. Like something that you could maybe go for. Ori, like you've mentioned Ori and his DP, like we've seen it.
Yeah, I was going to bring
yesterday.
that up as well.
Yeah.
I just don't know if the Shadow Demon
like it?
is... I do. I mean, I think you have some issues with taking objectives early on and the utility that is able to provide the team. I just don't particularly like it into Shadow Demon.
Oi. That's
I would go like...
That's completely different.
Yeah, I mean, that is... Yeah.
Okay. I mean, look, I'm in general not sold on the hero when he doesn't have a good playmaker from position 1. And right now he doesn't have a good playmaker from position 1, so that means he's probably going for this Kanda build, right? Kanda Aghanims, which can be solid. The only thing okay, he should win versus Tiny, right? That's what you're looking at.
Ooh, not the route I was expecting.
That's actually a good pick into Naga. That's a good pick into Naga. It makes sense. Like a hero that really chews through all the illusions. You're probably gonna go for that. What does he buy? You buy that helmet that gives you 950 gold helmet. What's the name?
On the Vine Will?
Iron Will, exactly. You buy the Iron Will. You buy the Aghanims, and you're already pretty damn good into Naga. It's not a super played hero, of course, but I feel that he might do well. They have ways of jumping on top of the sniper with Morphling later on, but not a lot of easy catch, I should say. You know, for the sniper, there's not a lot of easy catch. There's no heroes that can, like a Storm, that can just zip across half of the map to get on top of him. You have maybe one Blink to work with, and that's it. On the other side, you have this Song, you have the Centaur. So we'll see how the team fights are gonna go. We'll see. What worries me for Azure might be the early to mid game. That's something that always worries me when I see a sniper. If sniper is played mid and you don't have some semi-core on safe lane like a Razor or a Windrunner, I'm worried for the mid game. Teams, they so far in this tournament at least, didn't succeed at making that work. Maybe 1 or 2 games were won when you had like a harder farmer on the safe lane and sniper being the playmaker. If you remember the Thompson game, they just completely crushed him on that. Mid lane sniper was not useful. But if you remember the game of yesterday where sniper was playing with the Windrunner, I believe Larl played it and Yatoro was on the safe lane Windrunner. Then Yatoro was making space and Larl could just chill and farm, got Mjolnir, Dragonlance and just won the game. So yeah, let's see. It's gonna be a fun one.
Alright. Let's see. Of course, keep in mind it is the best of 1, so let's see what Peishi and Quest and Azure are able to pull out. I'm a bit concerned on the lack of control on Quest. I mean, you have 2 skill shot. Like you, of course, hook and arrow. Arrow is a very good combo with the Shadow Demon, so I do think, you know, which is something you brought up, I really think the early game PSG Quest have a big advantage with the Shadow Demon around a Tiny roaming across the map. Look, we've seen Noob in the past have a really good performance on the Tiny. I must admit, I really do not know how this mid lane goes. Like, we've seen Sniper a lot lately as like a lane dominator. He really came back into the meta when I know some other teams were doing it, but predominantly it was Liquid that were picking like Sniper versus Puck. And now, of course, we're seeing everyone just go separately into like this Khan Deceptor build. So I'm intrigued on how the lane's going to go because Tiny will have a lot of damage, but his attack speed's incredibly slow. So it could be bad, it could be okay. But he's really the one that needs to control the tempo for PSG Quest early. And if you can do that, then you can make space for the Pudge. You know, he gets an early Scepter, and all of a sudden you're going to be dealing with the Naga and running across the map. But I slightly prefer Azure's draft. I feel like it's just a little bit easier to execute because I feel like Radiant are really reliant on Tiny having a good game.
Really? Okay. I'm not sold. Like I'm not sold on their draft that much. I'm leaning towards Quest even. I think Azure is a better team, by the way. They like overall, I think that they've showcased better performance. But when I look at draft, I think okay, you have this tiny problem. Like you're questioning it. I think Sniper should do pretty damn well on the mid lane. I'd be surprised if he doesn't. That's the main reason why they picked it. So. Yeah. Like into the Tiny, if they could somehow bridge that gap, if they could set up a good game for Tiny, maybe with a couple of arrows, some rotations, Noob is a really good Tiny, and TA2000 is a really good Morphling player, and they can take tier 1 teams easily when they're in their comfort zone, which I believe they are. We'll see though. Of course, on the other side, you're playing into Disruptor Naga, not fun to play against, but I'm hoping for some good hooks, if for nothing else, just for the hype.
Just for the hype, all right. That's what we're here for, the entertainment and the hype plays. So let's see what Melik's able to do with the Pudge. And I like, of course, how you bring up, again, it feels like the supports being able to rotate mid early on and dive the Sniper could be something you're looking at for PC Quest. So we'll have to keep tabs on how the side lane's going, if they're going to be free to do so. Quest, the smoke, and Zuri not going to try and butt their heads, even though it was a 3v5. Of course, they had no information. They're going to send some illusions up now, but maybe they can still contest it. They are still smoked.
It seems like they will hook. Yeah, actually 3 runes for Quest. One was hooked by Malik, so he snatches one. Omar and Dukalis, yeah, they're waiting. They're waiting for Disruptor, but he's not gonna get... Instead, just gets rewarded. Maybe he gets actually caught again. Tianmin? He might get... Mirana is TPing. He's TPing. If he wasn't...
And Omar's like, come on, brother! What's going on?
Realistically, he could have cancelled the TP and used the Twin Gate, but you really don't want to leave your carry. Like, I know. Like, one of the worst things that you can do to your carry is be late to the lane. Same for the offlaner. Like, if you are late to the lane, your offlaner already misses the first wave. The range creep gets denied. He loses half of his region. You literally lost the lane right there. So, gotta be careful with the beginning.
And how do we actually think bottom is going to go for tier 2000? Because this is definitely a kill threat lane with Bark along with FY, and we know this Techies is an absolutely stupid laner with the spam of the bombs and all the other spells. So do we feel like the Morphling actually might have a little bit of difficulty with farming in this lane?
I feel that they have a lot of kill potential, yeah. FY and Scent. Like you said, Morphling might be even punished. At the same time, if you overcommit a little bit on the Techies, maybe there's some counter kill potential with, you have damage on both sides. We'll see what Duka, as they call him, what he maxes out. I've seen a lot of Starstorm being maxed out. You're playing into Naga, so it would make a lot of sense as well. But you're playing with the Shadow Demon, so maybe Arrow is... we'll see. We'll see what they opt to go for. I can find arguments for both skill builds.
Okay. Does look like, though, in regards to the mid lane, Noob's off to a pretty good start, 9-5 compared to the 8-2. So again, it's yeah, I really wasn't sure. I mean, how if just the overwhelming advantage in damage would have been enough, even though his attack speed was super slow. So I don't know if this is going to change over time once Ori gets a little bit more levels in headshot. It's difficult for Noob to come, but yeah, he's off to a good start, though, importantly.
The way I see it, Tiny is zero armor hero, and you're playing into Sniper, so I do feel that you should be suffering quite a lot of those right clicks. Getting peeped 24/7 with take aim, super annoying.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, over time, it's potentially gotten worse of a hero to lane into. There's, yeah, definitely there's some Vipers and Venos that are never too fun, but Sniper has always been one of those heroes that feels pretty grim, and now it's even worse, especially when you hear the sound cue of the headshot proc.
It's super annoying, yeah. It's really one of the most annoying things in the game. Like, for me at least. The sniper. And maybe, I'm not even sure, like, the patch when Troll was broken, he also was super annoying to me. But Sniper, I think Sniper was in the same patch, actually.
I don't
think
remember.
so. Like ho ho ha ha patch, ho ho ha ha, and he just spams you constantly. Can't remember when he was broken with the Midas build. My God.
I remember the ha ha ha, but no, I don't remember like exactly the patch or who else was broken in that time. But you know, there's some great memories for a lot of people.
Exactly, I remember it because I suffered. You know, it's like a trauma. That's what's up. Mid lane, they're battling it out, and so far it's even. Like, all things said and considered, this sniper is not doing too poorly, and Tiny is keeping up. Pretty much very even.
Yeah. Bottom lane, and like we were kind of expecting, Tier 2000, no kills just yet, but he's really struggling to last here. And the opposition, Naga, 19 lasted. So we see Low is having a pretty fine time at the moment. And you're probably going to get easier for Melik as his lane goes on. And we'll see Tianming. He has put 2 points up to the Thunder Strike, so potentially going to be able to help out with his harass onto Omar inside the lane. But you know, no kills just yet. We are very shortly going to get to the stage, though, where we will see some support start to rotate, you know, for those stacks and for those all-important power runes. Or he might get a kill onto Noob mid lane. Unfortunate miss. The shrapnel tick. It's there. Ori finds first blood.
Super even lane. Not anymore, though. This is what you worried about, how much this Tiny is going to be able to do. And so far, he's been able to... Like, he's been quite alright. Omar top lane. Oh, the disruption into hook! What the hell? That's the first time in my life I see it.
They're going to get a kill thanks to it. Malik's able to chase down Tianming. Yeah, not an easy combo to hit, is it?
I don't think that's something they planned, even. It's just super weird.
Bottom? Noob now with this rotation after the death. Alright, they're going to be able to get a kill onto Bark. Unfortunately, Noob doesn't get the gold because... Alright, back top we go now. Ori? Alright, he's got... Mid lane is rotating. A sniper? Level 6? Or maybe... No, I think he was level 6, sorry.
Why not? You know, you just TP in, you use some shrapnel, you kill off the Pudge. He felt too strong after the kill, he remained in, he didn't have Flash Sheep to work with, and yeah, because of that he dies. Disruptor mid lane, arrow.
Nice arrow. Oh, he tried for the glimpse play. So the illusion to dodge the glimpse is what I meant.
It is a glimpse play, yeah, he tried, but they still get the kill, and overall Noob, like, this game just broke loose. I like it. Top lane, Low should not have the best time any longer. This is the Pudge with the full veil now completed. He went for that build with Helm of Iron Will. Now he has a full veil, level 3 Rot. Like, one thing that Pudge is missing is armor. This new veil just gives you exactly that. You go for phases afterwards. It's a pretty solid offlaner. I'm surprised we're not seeing him a bit more.
Yeah, we've even not really seen it attempted as a carry. Really, Watson, at least as far as I'm concerned, was kind of the only person that was really trying this Pudge carry mid lane. Noob. Then we're going to bring in FI just in case they're lacking a little bit of damage. And Omar's TP will do nothing. Ori already up to a killing spree.
Yeah, Ori with, what, 3 kills, right, to his name. At the same time, Noob with 2 assists. So he died twice and got 2 assists out of these rotations.
And Ori's going to keep going. Smoke from him to combine with Tianming. They'd love to shut Malik down, considering this is going to be a hero that will heavily counter the Pudge heavily counter the Naga as this game goes on. Like you said, with that veil completed, Malik's
he didn't expect
He's going to be able to get the hook onto Low. But yeah, a couple of heroes going to be able to pop out of the trees, and now 3 points in shrapnel, Malik will go down. So
I have to say, it was still an amazing hook. I'm not sure if he was even aiming for the Naga or just for the creeps, because Naga had like all the illusions around her, and then he's like, surprise, there's 3 of us. and you catch a little bit more than you hoped for. Okay, Sniper is definitely, you know, we were worried about their playmaking, post-laning stage and these rotations, but Ori is... Yeah, is definitely making a point for Sniper being a good rotating hero, playmaker.
That's kind of cool. It's not really... Well, look, I must say, we did not cast any Group B, and I don't know if this is...
We casted one game.
Thompson?
You're wrong.
Did we cast...
You're wrong.
Did we? Group B? We casted one? In the Swiss stage?
Yeah, at the beginning when we were casting three series, right?
Well, they're going to be able to get the Disruptor by the looks of it. So Tianming
And the
will be able
bounty.
to... We'll give a kill. And yeah, they got a bounty. But yeah, what I was trying to say is, like, I don't know how Thompson's playing the Sniper. Like, I'll add that. I'm not sure if he's, like, making a lot of early rotations. I know he predominantly is going for, like, this Dragonlance, of course, can't accept the build. But yeah, very cool how Ori's been playing the early game. And you compare him to Noob. Noob is really struggling. And this is a big concern because this hero, very, very volatile. It's either you have a good game or it's kind of crap and mediocre. So they need him to get a good blink timing to be able to match the tempo that we're currently actually seeing from Dire.
Yeah, that's why you put Tiny on mid lane, because you want that dagger to be there around minute 10, 11, 12 maybe. You know, like if you are getting at minute 14, 13, that's basically your support Tiny with brown boots. So you were just a glorified support to that point. But yeah, we'll see. A lot of course, you get a lot of levels. You can make these rotations much easier for your team. Although, let's see, they could kill him, but they need to find the right one.
If they will be able to, they do now. Purge is already online. They're going to attempt the Stampede. And at least help Azure be able to get there closer for the reinforcements. F5 will buy them some time as well. And now Melik's in a lot of danger, stuck inside the field with the shrapnel starting to go to work. They're going to be able to glimpse him back in range, and another kill for Azure. Great response from them as well. And then the Stampede not really helping out low too much, but it enabled everyone else to get there fast enough to react. And
I really think Disruption griefed them.
yeah.
I think Omar griefed them. Instead of disrupting, if they use Dismember, because you have Dismember through Stampede, then you're actually hurting her. Like you have Rot, you can use all your damage spells from Mirana, from Shadow Demon, and perhaps you get a kill. The ending is still the same. You die, but I really believe that they could have killed Naga if Dismember instead of Disruption. A little bit miscalculated.
Oh, they got him. That's enough damage. How much health? Oh, another kill for the Sniper. Ho-ha. Ho-ha.
What the hell was that? Like, look, my imitations are terrible, but you're on par with me.
It wasn't. Sorry, I messed up the first one. I kind of stuttered. Leave me alone, dude. Come on.
No,
really,
it's
you're
great,
bagging my...
I'm not. I'm loving it.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up, actually. I dare you.
They smoke up. Let's see. They're gonna move with Bah right now. Maybe open up this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane. They have Static Storm and FY with a lot of damage, of course, on the techies. And they smoke up the scent as well, but someone needs to push this lane in. Yeah, he's gonna show himself.
I'd love to shut down Morphling, considering Tier 2000 was kind of struggling in the first couple of minutes, but we've seen with all the pressure that has been around the top portion of the map, he's been completely free farming versus Centaur. So 30 net worth, of course, will always be a little bit behind the Naga, but he's actually going to move through the portal and try and help them take some objectives. Holy crap, I cannot speak today.
Like, you've been hanging around Bosnians too much. That's the problem,
Dude, I'm slipping up on every word. What is going on?
It's
oh my god.
You hear my broken English 24/7. We've been casting so much for so long. It happens. It's okay.
I blame all the German I'm learning, messing up my pronunciation of English words. Alex, they're being bottomed. They want to defend.
They have glimpse.
Chami got a glimpse in his. Yeah, he's going to look for the glimpse. That's a great target to send away. And
nice try with the hook.
That was a spiteful hook.
Would it follow though through glimpse?
I don't know.
If he got him at the right timing, I feel like maybe it would have followed. Like last night, I had this Meepo game I played, and I had a stack up of Meepos, you know, with diagrams, Mega Meepo, and the target was going through the Twin Gate, and I casted the toss of one Meepo on the target as he was going through Twin Gate. He goes through the Twin Gate. Meepo spawns right next to it, so I have the Meepo there, but I can see the particles flying across the map. And suddenly my Meepo spawns in between of like 5 enemy heroes and just dies after a minute. Bot lane, techies dies. So I still believe in a lot of mechanics that you can hook through glimpse and stuff like that. We've seen hook in disruption as well. Like, just try it. You never know. You might just it might just work.
Yeah, there's some weird mechanics that are still there, and some probably even yet to be discovered with every patch that kind of comes out. Some new ones spawn out of nowhere.
I can't wait for the next set of Rubik bugs that we get. You know,
it's a classic one. They're gonna smoke on Dire. You got a blink just on completed on Centaur. Ultimate's online, so a lot of kill threat between these two supports. You will, of course, be fighting to Noob's Blink. Got a really nice neutral item as well with the Fairy's Trinket. Let's see where they want to go on Azure, though. They're going to play behind Ori at the moment. And they'll even smoke him after clearing this first wave. So you're potentially a kill into an objective is something they could be considering. Maybe they want to try and claim the triangle as well. But Omar's reading this. So it's going to pop.
Good position.
Nice banishment as well. He's still dead anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Okay.
It's okay, you know, like this is basically what you want to be doing as a support, breaking these kind of movements. Your Morphling is farming the Ancients. As long as TA2000 doesn't feed in the end.
Ooh. Okay, got the Strength Morph off. They're coming though on Radiant. They are reacting. It's going to be a 4v5. Let's see the Strength of the Pudge though. Still without the Scepter, of course, on Melik. Noob's going to run into a couple mines as well. So struggling to find that initiation. Is Blink continuing to get cancelled, and now Bark's going to be able to jump in onto Melik.
Melik, hook is there.
Will drag F5 back, so the arrows be on the mark. Melik, all the attention put onto the techies. They should be able to guarantee an early kill. Even Lowe's going to try and rotate over as well, because they caught out the Morphling over to the left side. Look at Ori's damage. Maelstrom online, and now Lowe as well is able to catch the Shadow Demon at the bottom of the stairs as Azure should be able to make it 3. Ori is popping off this game on the sniper. 8-0-2 at the 15-minute mark.
No Kanda build as well, just going full in Maelstrom, Dragonlance, 8-0-2. Ridiculous, man. Like, this is the best game of sniper we've seen in a while. And I love the fact that they're just bringing low. Usually Nagas, they wait. Look, he has Manta, he has power threats. For me, that's already good enough. Like, you can start fighting, but usually what you see is at least an Orchid. And then the Naga joins in with the Manta Orchid. But he's making a lot of chaos in this fight. He was cancelling Noob. Like, Noob couldn't blink in. He couldn't do anything.
Bottom lane, Noob. Looks like they've read this on Azure. They were already ready to be able to protect FY off the back of the jump. Noob's Shield Rune's going to be cancelled off now thanks to the damage. Bark will be able to chase the Mirana down. And Ori's here as well for the cleanup. I mean, give him the godlike streak. The Arming will get the kill. I'm sure he's going to get it at one stage this game, but just an awesome read from Azure.
You can't. Like, there's no way. Lo is alone. He has no Orchid. Just awesome reads in general. Every move that they're making across the map is paying off. They're 5k ahead, 17 minutes in. They only have 12 kills, but it's how these 12 kills were gained. It's always some counterplay, and they're taking objectives. They're losing none besides the top tier 1 tower. And so far, yeah, I've been praising Pudge in the lane, but it hasn't really worked out that well for them. 4-man smoke.
This would be because they're going to be able to get it. Ori is a lot of gold, but the Static Storm instantly laid down to protect Ori. It's going to stop the combo, but Malik is on the outskirts. Still is able to get the hook back. Omar gets the streak, and now Noob's going to be able to get the toss as well, sending Disruptor into the grasping hands of PSG Quest, as they are some much needed 2 kills and potentially an objective now as well.
long, strong arms of TA2000 on the other side. Let's just wait for him then to kill off the disruptor. Gets a little bit of farm, extra farm on the Morphling, because he's not having the best game, and he's also not playing the best Morph game. Like, there are heroes that are good against him.
Oh, low. It was a lot of damage, in fact.
Poor kid. But they're still Mirana ulti. Let's see, FY has a mech. Isn't that easy?
Scans on the mark.
Just
Move's
look
actually
at
going to
FY.
blink over the top of FI, but yeah, finally he'll run into them. So maybe they got the ball rolling a little bit here for PSG Quest. So momentum starting to be built up from them. An objective into a couple kills. Omar has blink. Like to see them just slow this game down though for the next 2 minutes or so to let Malik get the scepter, and then you can continue to play aggressive.
Omar with this blink that you called, and Tiny with the blink, I feel like it's a really good call from both of them. Of course, Tiny had to do it, but Shadow Demon, just because your offlaner isn't doing it, you don't have any sort of initiation. He's a little bit more of a greedier offlane on Pudge. You can't just count on every hook to connect. So until he gets a blink Ags, there's the Shadow Demon at least to create some chaos, jump in, arrow.
You're going to get a glimpse of him. Of course, that Static Storm's always going to prove to be a bit of an issue for Tier 2000. Will now just run under the ward, but as everyone else goes over to the right side, they're going to try and portal through to connect with Low and FI, but unfortunately, that attempt onto Tier 2000 will not work.
They're following them, it seems like. Will they go through the portal? This is a bit scary. Disruptor is waiting. Tianmin even uses the shard. To check for.
Oh, Roche going to bash them on the way in. Okay, never mind.
There's a glimpse on Mirana, right? Like, of course. This should be
the vision should be dead.
Yeah.
No more leap charges. Just hide in the trees. They won't find you. That's fine. Who cares? Scepter pretty much online now for Malik. And this is, of course, going to be the big hero that's able to address the Naga's home, which I am intrigued on how Low is actually going to take these team fights and what the angle is going to be for him. Because if he runs into the Pudge, he's going to have a bit of an issue. And honestly, even the Tiny as well can offer a little bit of ways to be able to deal with the Naga illusions early. So let's see kind of the path that this Naga takes to be able to get to the backline and deal with some of the supports.
Do you care though? Like, I feel in this game as a Naga, your job is to frontline even with the Centaur. You have Sniper anyway.
We stampede him for what's going on. Maybe mid lane.
They're trying.
Bark was trying to get away from the Morphling, I think. Now as well. Over to the left side. Low. Just a song into the TPR. It did get the arrow on the backline, so FI is going to be caught.
Maybe one more, Tianmin.
Okay, Low got the wisdom.
Now they tried to steal the Tormentor. That's what the Stampede was for. They tried to steal it, and Quest reacted, so they tried to run away with the Stampede, but yeah, couldn't do it on everyone, unfortunately. Let's see who gets it on.
Who got that one as well? Okay, Bark got it. I mean, that's not bad for the Centaur.
Pretty good, I would say. Yeah, I liked when this shard was added. I tried playing some. You know, like some real right-click damage-dealing Centaur from the offlane with some Manta and stuff. But everyone did, and then it fell off. In any case, I do think that his shard is still a bit better than the Mirana's. I don't like this Mirana shard at all.
Wait, you tried some Manta build on Cent? Is this some Herald build just for you? What's going on?
Well, it was actually a meta build. It was actually like... There was a patch where it was broken, like everyone did it, because the retaliate worked on towers, so you would just spawn Mantas and go at towers, and towers would kill themselves. It was pretty damn stupid. Whoever made that change was Herald, though. Okay, get you eyes.
Malik. They're going to try and initiate onto the Pudge with the Scepter, and it's not an easy target to be able to blow up. Meanwhile, Noob on the backline as well, disrupting the supports, but he's going to run into Ori's damage. They need to get onto the Sniper. Ori is currently freely right-clicking on the low ground, and without a response, this would be a free fight for Azure, and we see that be the case currently. Malik's going to be held into place, but the root And Tier 2000 just does
Run
not
TA.
see an angle to enter.
Yeah, he just backs out, and you know what's scary? This fight actually didn't look... The positioning of the fight was decent for PSG Quest. Like, you're on the high ground playing into a sniper. So, yeah, he's freely hitting, but it isn't the... like, the vision isn't great, the mischance, like, they can jump you. There's a lot of negatives there. And they kill off Disruptor before he uses Static Storm, but still. Azure played it better, and it feels like their heroes are just doing more at the moment. Morphling couldn't really find use in this last fight.
Yeah, that was a big one, who had no involvement in that fight. They are coming, though, on PSG Quest. FY is going to do a good job to be able to scout them out, and they just already done. They want to try and fight, though. They've got a ward that's scouting FY run into the pit. Unfortunately, he will not be able to escape. Maybe. Another poison for the vision, and they got it.
Yep. Mid lane, TA2000 saw Disruptor, and he just got this Kanda delivered, so he definitely tried sniping him, but he couldn't because of the Observer Sentry ward. It got... And look at him, he's still gonna try, you know, like you're a silent assassin now, let's go. Morphling, you've got this Kanda working for you. If he can jump the sniper, yeah, it's fine. If he finds the sniper jump though, that's his role right now.
Ooh. Where's going Sept though?
Yep. Okay. So still some assassinate to work with.
Cool.
Do you like it though? Like I'd rather see him just full on right clicking. Scepter, of course, is much better on Sniper now, but it's usually with Kanda.
I think you'll go Kanda after, I imagine then. I really have no opinion on the Sniper just because we've not seen enough of it, and again, it's really been a lot in Group B at the moment, so...
Yeah, and it's not like they're lacking damage. This Naga also has Bloodthorn, about to complete it at least. By FY.
Alright, well, there we go. Nice way for Tier 2000 to look to enter the game. We'll be able to catch Malik. Omar's in a really good position for the advantage, but this is a fight they can look to take. But, I mean, you got to get Ori. Noob's got to try and find him. But, of course, he does have the Aegis, though. They're going to toss him into the middle, but meanwhile, over to the right side, no one was there to protect Omar. And now Bark as well is going to be able to leap over the top. They'll hold the Mirana into place. He tried to deal with Ori, but it didn't matter in the end. And now Noob put himself in a compromised position. And they're going to be able to bring him down in the outskirts of the Tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they just tried fighting into an Aegis, so... Yeah, maybe if they just cut their losses and backed out, it would have been better, of course. In hindsight, it would have, but... It's difficult to fight into a sniper without the Aegis, yet alone with it. He has this silly shard, a concussive grenade, so Morphling can't even get on top of him easily. He gets away with it. Does have that Aghanims completed after the last fight. 12 kills, 1 death on the sniper. Ori is living the true life of a sniper picker.
Platinum tier is bad enough in my books for a sniper player. So
still a lot of games, yep.
Yeah, that is a lot of games of the sniper, so very comfortable. 10,000 net worth lead though for Azure, and man, probability is actually 95%. I guess we are 26 minutes in. It's a pretty big lead for this early in the game, and it's a very different performance to what we're getting out of Noob as well in the Tiny. 2, 5, and 8, bottom net worth out of all the cores.
Yeah, they just picked this Pudge to deal with the Naga illusions, but he's not fat enough for a Pudge, you know, like not enough kills on him. Not enough of flesh heap stacks, and also the items just aren't there yet. You have the Aghanims, you have the Veil, but she'll rip straight through him, especially with this Bloodthorn now. It wasn't even completed last fight. It was flying out. Now she's gonna have that as well.
Yeah, but you also, like, sure, okay, Pudge is going to counter the Naga inside the middle of the team fights, but take a look what Lowe's doing. This Naga's cutting every single wave. Top, mid, and bottom, and Lowe's been able to do this for quite some time now. And you know, sure, like this is one thing that Pudge does not address, and pretty much not a lot of people address this issue of just the illusion split pushing the map, and it's
is under attack.
So difficult for you to be able to do anything now when your lanes are completely pushed in. Like sieging bottom.
I don't even think he's countering her that much anymore. He does have a good craggy code, by the way. Like this neutral might change things a little bit. Oh, the nice hook.
Hook in. Into the dismember, set up with the arrow as well. They're going to be able to kill the first life. Can they do it a second time, though? Pudge is in a little bit of danger. Lowe's actually going to try and use the song to reset Ori.
They actually want to fight, or what's going on here? He might hook
thoughts.
again. Okay.
You don't have Noob here, though, unfortunately. Tiny, I don't know if his TP got cancelled or something, but he wasn't here to find a potential toss back in the base. He's coming, though. About to be on the high ground. Could find an angle shortly. Sees Bark as well.
Hard to fight like this. They need... Oh, TA2000. He might be caught here.
Are they going to be able to protect him, Omar? Is this a fight you want to take, though, on Radiant? Not easy once the sniper's currently set up. Noob was trying to find an angle around, but he ran inside the lane, so the vision was out for low in the counter as well. Bark
in the back.
Jumps in. Meanwhile, right there, Malik. He got the sniper. FY, though, tries to protect it with the blast off. It's not enough. And now TIER2000. It's his time to shine, but the BKB... They're lacking some stuns to enable the Morphling. Finally, he'll be able to blow up the Disruptor. Another hook from Malik. Stops the TP out from Bark. And finally, we get a good fight out of the boys on PSG Quest. They're going to be able to purge off the instead. Malik can help close the distance onto the Centaur.
Anyone else?
And this is what they've been waiting for. Doesn't... Wait, maybe Low's still here? Random hook?
Maybe with a random one, but... Let's see. Probably not going to happen. Dude, that fight was actually amazing from PSG Quest. I was afraid for them once they moved to low ground because the Naga Illusion's giving way too much info. TA2000 gets gone on. Tiny as well gets gone on. But it was all a ruse, actually. Like, they were just creating space for Malik to get behind to use the hook on Sniper. Sniper has only concussive grenade to work with. No pike, nothing like that. So
we might have to go back live.
Low.
Bottom lane, Low, yeah, use the song, and his BKB is going to expire pretty shortly, so the Dismember will be cancelled.
Tiny's here.
Noobie's going to be there for the tossback. I mean, this is a gigantic kill. What is going on? Oh, no.
Dude, this was just game-changing for PSG Quest. This one fight, and they're completely back in it. Only 4K difference, and... What's more important, even I would say, is this gem now on Pudge. You can de-ward. He's gonna have Shivas for the next fight. Like, look, I'm telling you, this craggy coat just changed the game. Like, when they went on him on the high ground, suddenly this Pudge is just taking absolutely no damage. Before the craggy coat, he was pretty much more or less an easy kill. You blood torn him, you know, you blow him up. Craggy coat, BKB on top of it now. Okay, we've got the game. We've got the game. I'm happy.
Finally, they'll get the card that they were hunting for a little bit. Another thing is the Greaves as well, with that a little bit of extra armor too. I mean, everything. I mean, even Mirana's gone craggy coat. Any other enjoyers? No, so just the two. Let's see.
Enjoyers in the chat with us.
Sometimes get the Gossamer Cape in particular for someone like a Templar Assassin. There's a lot of enjoyers then, and now this game apparently you just need armor. Let's see, maybe, you know, Ori with this kind of build, how much damage he's going to be able to do with this Assassinate.
Look, the neutral items on Radiant are actually amazing. Everyone got, in my opinion, the best possible item for the game. Even the Tiny with Quiver, like your Shadow Demon got Eye of the Vizier, so he has extreme long range with Disruption. He can even, with this Blink, he might even be able to... He can save a target through Song, for sure. I'm not sure if he can catch her. Maybe with Ulti, yes. With Demonic Purge, I'm not sure with Disruption. Maybe still not good enough, but... Let's see, 40 seconds for Roche. Now PSG Quest, they need to find a way to play this fight properly. They are lacking a BKB on Tiny.
Still a decent chunk away from it, unfortunately, with Roche up in 30 seconds. But let's see, though. Malik, in a lot of their victories we've seen has been an X factor. And so far, at least in the past two team fights and, well, I guess one team fight in the kill into the Naga, he was pivotal for them. So let's see what Melik's going to be able to do. But unfortunately, this is going to be a very difficult area to fight. And you already have the cliff fort set up. You've got a bunch of mines being set up as well. And of course, Naga being frustrating with keeping the lanes in a good position. So this is not going to be an easy fight for PSG Quest at all. At least you do have Noob's BKB though, and DD in the bottle.
Yeah, you wondered why he wasn't there. I'm pretty sure it was a glimpse in that last fight, so something that he doesn't have to worry about as much anymore. But he does have to worry about the Aghanim's Static Storm. Disruptor does have it. So yeah, it's also a game-changing item. That's one of those nice things about Disruptor. This guy just scales into an AoE Doom.
Look at this. Look at where they're set up. Maybe the Naga Illusions actually might scout them out pretty shortly before the team run into them first. Oh, missed the hook.
They're going on it.
Want to jump Malik? Oman's going to be nearby to be able to protect him over the right side. Low.
In the back.
But the Naga Siren just ran into where they were set up. Low. Didn't respect PSG Quest's formation.
Respect the formation.
Is this a fight you're going to be able to take, Tianming? It's a pretty good Static Storm. That's the Scepter onto 2, but the banishment from Omar. Vital seconds for Tier 2000 to be able to activate the BKB once it expires. And now they got the backline. Sniper's gone. First life assassinated. And now they're going to be able to set up for the second. Arrow off the back of the respawn. Tier 2000 finally has got enough damage. We saw some of the early fights. He was struggling, but that is not the case now. This PSG Quest will be able to come out on top. Back-to-back fights. And they have the net worth lead now in our first best of one.
This Morphling is popping off. I understand their draft now as well completely with... of course, whenever you're playing into a Faceless Void, into anything like that, any AoE, Shadow Demon is great.
You mean not? What do you mean?
No, I mean whenever you're playing into a hero such as Faceless Void or a Disruptor, with AoE spells, Shadow Demon is really good. They first phased the Shadow Demon, they let the Disruptor go through, and now you can see that his Aghanims isn't really doing a lot. Like, okay, you got the Tiny in it, but Morphling survived, and that's a hero you have to deal with now. This man is level 24, Butterfly almost on him. Almost, no, that's a stretch, but he's getting it.
I feel like we've seen really almost all the fights very recently. Omar actually just has not been caught. Yep. Of course, everything else is going incredibly well, but this man with the saves has been incredible. His positioning, and do we feel like this is partly like something Low needs to address on the Naga?
No, I don't think he can. Like, I don't think Omar gets caught this game. Like, of course, there is a way, but if he's playing it safely and properly, and his team is in formation, the way you called it, he has Aether Lance, Eye of the Vizier, like, probably is out of reach for them.
Tormentor will be claimed. Morphling, a nice shard to get. There's not a lot of stuns, but still a free shard and a little bit of extra agility. And he actually went the Satanic instead of the Butterfly, which he did have queued up previously.
Okay, a little bit more sustain. And the Swift Blink on top of that, probably gonna sell the boots for it. Another item that's really important is Ducalis. I was just waiting to see who goes for this. It's a Wind Waker. Like, you need the Wind Waker and you have the Disruption, and basically 2 targets can be saved in the Static Storm. Let's see though. Smoke, Azure.
They're not all here currently on PSG Quest. Malik's gonna poke his head out. Omar though, they're going to be able to get the banishment off, right? It's on cooldown. Never mind, they've already used it. The one time where it's on cooldown, finally it's back up though. Oh, they got so close to killing Malik. At least this song's going to be able to set up for the retreat, and I don't know if this is something PSG Quest want to continue on as well. With how weak the Pudge is, with the BKBs used early on, they're happy with dodging a bullet, but that was a very, very close chance that almost went through.
The only problem now for Azure is they used a lot of these big ultis. Maybe an opening for PSG Quest to make a move. Let's see. Nah, Just gonna chill and farm. Name of the game. Do you think that Sniper, like the way I'm looking at this game, Naga falls off, of course. Like that's one of the heroes that does fall off in this game. She's this 6-slotted carry that's not as scary as most late game carries, but Sniper for me is maybe an X factor. He could, which is one of the reasons why I doubted the Aghanim Skanda build. I wanted him to just be an absolute beast.
So looking to take the team fight first. Melly, can he find an angle for the hook? Tier 2000 wants to go in.
Oh,
He will be able to find the hook back. And now it's just a freebie onto Bark, and the rest
Maybe
of Azure.
The Kalis is hunting.
I don't know if they're going to be able to get it though. Lowe's actually going to send the illusions in. Noob's got blink up in a couple of seconds. They're all sticking around. They want to go. They're set up for the static storm, and they need to find Omar. Omar's already used the banishment, so they're not going to be able to protect him inside the static storm now. They are both just gone. Right from the face of the earth. Now tier 2000. Let's see what the Morphling's going to be able to do. Doesn't seem like a whole lot for the moment. Bark's got blinked up in a couple of seconds. They feel the necessity to buy back to protect him, but glimpse him to the remnants of the tier 1 tower. 2000 is not going to go out without a fight. Unfortunately, without the Satanic and the chain control being perfect, he will not have an opportunity to bring any other hero into the grave with him.
Ooh, they committed a little bit too far. A little bit out of reach of Omar. But then again, could he have maybe just walked? Like, he used, as they are getting gone on, before the static storm is even used, he uses disruption on one of the illusions. I'm not sure. Like, Lowe did a good job at scouting him out with illusions and attacking him, but I feel like he should have been there, at least for one save. So far in the game, he's been absolutely on point, but this time around, Lou perhaps outplaying him a bit.
And you see what happened though, the first fight where he doesn't get the banishment. And because that was a 4v5 as well. Yeah, but it really is a big difference. Like, you don't even need to kill him, you just need to send the illusions at him. And this will be a big punishment for that one mistake. A full set of barracks mid. Looking like a second set as well, unless maybe they get a hook into a buyback.
Let's see, a lot has been used already. I believe Malik, once Flash Heap is off cooldown again, he might run in, kill off the illusions. Yep, Flash Heap off, he goes in.
Static Storm is up though. Let's see, they want to try and poke. And he's falling low. Oh, and he has to pop a BKB. So a little bit of poke is going to work out in Azure's favor. BKB expended. Noob looking for the toss back before they leave the base though. So you won't get an opportunity with the Morphling still down. But that is, again, a heavy defeat. A full set of barracks. You lose the melee barracks as well.
Yeah, pretty massive really. And that's basically two sides. There is now a Hex on Low as well, on top of everything else. Your Disruptor is buying a Blink, so he'll be able to reposition himself a little bit better. Realistically, that last fight was won because of positioning, right? Like, Azure had not the fight around high ground, the one that mattered in the river. Like, they just positioned themselves around that cliff, baited out overextension, and punished PSG Quest. PSG Quest, when they're behind, they're playing carefully and they do everything right, but once they get ahead, they can go a little bit too far. Martyr's played on touch. I don't know, man. Like, a lot of armor has just been lost on him. Still good to get the magic resistance, of course.
Well, that's a nice item. Skadi on Aura. Not a whole lot of damage, but you're worried about is the sustain from the Pudge. Very good versus the Morphling as well. Cool item, actually.
Some of the things that they are not getting, of course, the Wind Waker on Ducalis after the last couple of fights. He hasn't been able to finish it off, so still only Shadow Demon with the saves. And the Shadow Demon will have Aghanims. Why is that good? Why is Aghanims good here? I guess because of cleanse. If you get multiple cleanses, that's nice. The ult itself, it's also nice, but I'd rather see a good cleanse this game than a good ult.
They're going to be late again. This time it's a third Roche, so an even more important Roche to try and contest. We saw what happened last time, though, even fighting to the ages. They did come out successful. The smoke, it's going to pop FI. Noob's going to try and give them the information to jump in, but the Assassin's going to be able to cancel. And another song, they're clumped up. They don't have the vision, though. Sentry needs to get layered down. Eyes on Omar, what he's going to be able to do. Disruption's going to be there to be able to protect at least one. T2000 tries to assassin Ori onto the backline as well. He's got the Aegis, so Ori's got a second life to work with. They had to expend a little bit, though. Those BKBs are now going to be off cooldown. Is it going to matter in the end? Ori tries to duck into the trees, wants to turn. Standing strong, T2000 over towards Tianming, but it's just not enough. It is just not enough. Azure, all they lose is the Aegis. 3 down without a buyback, and they can walk it down now.
They just full-on tunnel visioned on top of that sniper. I respect that, you know, he pisses you off throughout the game, you want to kill him. And he really is the target you need to kill here. You're not killing... you can kill Disruptor after Static Storm, but what does it matter? Even techies, you want to kill the sniper twice. But it was a bit too late. Like you said, BKB is used, and then every damage that everyone else is dealing comes into play. You have a lot of damage dished out by the Centaur, by Lu, of course, as well, and yeah, the Aghanims kind of worked out for Sniper. Was one of the reasons why Morphling died so fast. Yeah, this is game. Morphling alone, no buybacks on anyone else. Even the Static Storm is here.
Oh, he's got a second. All right. Yeah.
I was thinking where is the second, because they got the shard, right? I was thinking where is the second Static Storm in the last fight, but okay, there it was. GG.
Alright, GG.
Azure victory.
That's a respectful tip. Malik was quite frustrating for them this game, but Azure, they had to work for it. They had to work for it. It was definitely moments of concern, but we, of course, saw what they were able to do when team fights went their way. Very cool. Of course, we see this Scepter very often on Disruptors, but just rushing, going brown boots, nothing else. And we saw how pivotal that was in a lot of their team fight success.
I'm honestly fine with that. Just rush it every game, every Disruptor from this day until the end of times. If the Static Storm remains the same, just rush it and you'll have impact. I mean, some games you'll lose before you get it, but no matter what, this item just has to have impact in the game as long as you use it properly. Nicely done by Azure. I really doubted the possibility of this, like the viability of this sniper to playmake and create space, but he had too much of a good lane. I think that's really what changed everything. That first blood. Like, you get the first blood when you were almost dead, and it changes the way the lane is played. You get an early advantage. He was like 8-0 at some point, 12-1. Like, the man was unstoppable. 16-3-15 in the end on the sniper. Ori, just an amazing performance by him. Besides him, I think the team overall played well. Low had a couple of iffy moves, like he got caught a couple of times, but 18 assists, you know, like he was there. He did what he had to, and that one fight in the mid lane when he sent the illusions on Omar, I think that's the fight probably that changes everything, the way they adapted. PSG Quest, once again, they had this. Like, it's hard to shake off this feeling that they had this game if they were just a little bit more careful in that mid game, if they didn't force it as hard, because their scaling is pretty damn solid. I didn't like the Martyr's Blade, like, after seeing it on Pudge, like, because of the craggy coat going away and Martyr's Blade being put in. I'm not sure, maybe if someone can do the math, if we have some math whiz in the chat, how much better in this game is, because there's so much minus armor, there's so much right damage. Craggy's made him invincible in one of those fights.
Fortunately, not invincible enough when he didn't have that. Regardless of PSG Quest, impressive for them to be able to bring this game back, but not enough for them to be able to get the victory. And that is now our first best of one done. Of course, to keep everyone a little bit updated, who's coming in a bit late and don't know what's going on. We've got 3 tiebreakers with, of course, 3 teams. The other team is G2IG, who are going to be playing next up against the loser, of course, which is PSG Quest. And we'll see if we do this all again. So there is a potential if PSG Quest get that victory, and then G2IG beat Azure. Then in the last series, then we may have a second round of tiebreakers. If not, though, if we go 3 times in a row, we get some crazy best of ones. So it's going to be
one-on-ones.
Yeah. Is what I mean. Yes. So we'll take a look at a little bit of the highlights before we do go to a break and look at the other series. But I think this was actually the fight that finally went well for PSG Quest, and really off the back of Malik. That hook we saw a couple times here, and then afterwards when he was able to kill off the Nagasire, and then that looked like they were back, but unfortunately not.
It looked that way. TA2000 finally online, did so much in this fight. Malik, of course, the hero of the whole story, getting one hook after another. That purge from Omar doing some extra work as well, but in the end, they overcommitted. They got baited out a little bit. Azure, it's just too experienced players on their side. They find a way to make the Shadow Demon out of position, even though look like he was constantly doing all the right things up to that point. Even this fight was partly won by him and Lou, of course. Lou also won it for PSG Quest, moving into high ground like that. But, it happens.
Exactly. I was going to say that. You know what happens? Sometimes you just walk up high ground into 5 people when maybe you knew it was there, but it doesn't matter in the end. So we'll see what PSG Quest are going to be able to do. I mean, of course, they do have this next upcoming game versus G2IG. What do we... Of course, it's going to be a different team, so it's not like you can adapt too much in regards to the draft from what Azure did, but is there anything we would like to see differently from them? Like, because maybe some other heroes that we've seen them prioritize in different series that they did not in this one now?
Well, they already played versus G2IG in group stages and they won against them. They won 2-0. So whatever they did in the group stages, just do it again, bros. Just copy paste the draft. They went for some IO Gyro and IO Marcy versus G2IG. So maybe a repeat of that. Maybe something with a little bit more flair from PSG Quest. If anything, is more flair than a Pudge pick, though.
And that's kind of as flair as it comes. Unfortunately, not enough in the end. And like we saw this last fight, where you just heavily tunnel vision onto the sniper. You got no BKBs left, and see a bit of an issue for you. So I must say it is kind of cool that the sniper hero is rising. I'm always a big fan of just at least every hero being situationally viable. I know he's a little bit more than that, considering the pick rate is actually pretty high for the sniper at the moment. It's like, he's got 27 games, just under a 60% win rate. So yeah, heroes looking pretty good right now. We're even seeing it drafted as like a response to some of the first pick heroes. Like the raise, a lot of the raises we're getting as a counter to it. So very cool. It's interesting to see the hero back. Of course, a lot of that is thanks to Thompson and the success he and Tundra have had on it. But at least for this series now, it's going to be Azure that will get a bit of a break with the victory. They will then play G2IG later today, just after this best of one. So really not going to be that long, potentially hour and a half. But first, we need to go to break, and when we come back, we've got our second best of one. This is a must-win for PSG Quest. If they lose this, then unfortunately they will be playing in the lower bracket, and then either Azure or G2IG will get that upper bracket berth. So let's see if they're going to be a little bit better prepared and have a bit better of a performance versus G2IG like they did in the regular group stages. But yeah, that being said, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got our second best of one of the day.
And it was a quick 20-minute break, just enough time perhaps for PSG Quest to go grab some food, grab some water, maybe wash their faces, because game one, you need some sort of a way to reset after, right, Aries? Like, that was a game that they definitely could have won. Well, game one, series one, I should say, because it's all best of ones in this tiebreakers that you guys are watching right now. And PSG Quest, unfortunately for them, have dropped their first game against Azure. Next up on the list, G2IG. Do you think the 20 minutes are enough, Aries? Or would you have some more in a situation such as this one?
Definitely would like a little bit more time, but what are you going to do? At least like
Should've
you're saying,
won.
this is a team. Should have won. Then you would have even got it longer, maybe even an hour and a half or well, however long. So yeah, should have won, I suppose. But at least the big thing going for PSG Quest is the fact that you did beat G2IG right in the group stages. So that's a big thing. It was a 2-0-2. So there were some like key strategies, like you were saying. Io was really the big one, where it was Io Gyro in one, and then we got Io Marcy in another. So I have to imagine that is going to be banned out. And from G2IG in that series as well, in regards to their heroes, they put a lot of emphasis on just team fighting. We got the Phoenix, the Pango Luna, and the other game was like Mars and Earthshaker as well. And of course, this is, a China team. We've always seen China do that. But yeah, let's see how similar the drafts are going to be from the previous time these teams face each other.
Yeah, let's see if there is maybe an advantage for G2IG, because usually the team that wins, they're the ones that, they're happy with the series. They don't necessarily have to go over it. They don't have to look at all the mistakes. They are a little bit more lenient. But the team that loses the series, they should, of course, I hope at least, study it a little bit and see what went wrong. And that's something that perhaps G2IG have done. And like, from my perspective, these two teams are very similar when it comes to the skill level. When it comes to the names, of course, G2IG are, let's not say miles ahead, but miles ahead when it comes to just the stature and the stars that they have on their team. So if they are given enough time to prepare, to check what their mistakes are and have been, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to adapt. So let's see. Let's jump into the draft. We have a Kunkka and Dragonite. Are we gonna see a snooze fest down on the mid lane? Is that what's happening? DK, Kunkka, or is this maybe some Kunkka offlane?
Can be either. I do think it's one of nothing to say is better heroes with the Conga, but of course we've seen JT played a lot. While you were speaking, I was just taking a look at the drafts as well and seeing what they were banning out. Mm-hmm. Sorry, go.
What are the bans? What's going on there?
The big difference, G2IG not banning the Coddle, so that gets let through. We will see Marcy banned in the second phase, so there's going to be some respect there from the previous series. But yeah, there was a Pango opener, and then the response was a DK from PSG Quest, so we already have a little bit of adaptations. The Conquer was even banned out from G2IG in the previous game versus PSG Quest. So yeah, there are already a little bit of switch ups heading into this game, and it looks like they've learned a couple of things.
Mm-hmm. So maybe we're seeing some Keeper of the Light for PSG Quest on the mid lane, and then an off lane Dragonite. Like, that's a possibility. Kotal does not like playing into Kunkka at some points in the game. And he forces you perhaps to buy a BKB because of X marks the spot. Can be scary if you're showing yourself. I wouldn't mind seeing Malik on an offlane DK. I feel like Malik is, in PSG Quest, one of those guys that just carries off of the off. So giving him some Dragonite, like, maybe could suit his playstyle. We'll see. Right now, G2IG looking. I don't know what kind of techno he's listening to, but that's some really strong beat right there. I do the same though. I bob my head. I'm like, when I'm nervous, when I'm in the draft before the game starts, literally the same. Enchantress and Hoodwink, by the way, on PSG Quest. Those are the supports we're gonna see. A little bit different than the last game. Maybe a little bit more on the offensive, a little bit less defensive. Like, they had the Shadow Demon, no saves out of these two, only full front, full damage. Get some break from the Hoodwink, maybe for some upcoming heroes. Hoodwink into Gyro can be a bit scary for Hoodwink once he gets the shard. If he's a support Gyrocopter, that is. And the Crystal Maiden into Enchantress overall is just good. You get that Frostbite against the creeps. You can put CM +1 on the safe lane. You can put Gyro plus something like a Doom on the off lane. And you're already happy with your lanes. Gotta make sure that you're not playing into some Lifestealer or something, though. Let's see what they go for next first.
Yeah, because they have to reveal something, right? This Conquer Gyro Flex. And I have to show where one of them is going, unless you go for some other Flex hero that can go in multiple roles. But regardless of the moment, it's a lot of magic damage. And we're going to have to see some very early BKBs from PSG Quest to be able to deal with, the Torrent Storm and the Gyrocopter, cooldown Rocket Barrage, and of course the CM. So
yeah, I'm just looking at TA 2000, and I'm trying to find, like, we've seen a lot of Morphling and stuff like that. We haven't seen the Lifestealer from him. If the Kunkka was offlane, then it would make sense that the Lifestealer could be picked up by them. Like, just a strong carry overall, doesn't care about X marks the spot, dominates Kunkka in the lane, maybe an option for them. But right now it does look like we'll have a Gyro carry for G2IG. They did lose to Gyro carry, I believe. IO Gyro, that is. They take it for themselves. They have X marks the spot into Arrow.
And you ban the Morphling too, right? So this is kind of enabling the Gyrocopter to be played as a carry now. One of his worst matchups aren't available.
Opens the Razor. No, a Razor banned out as well. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely correct. One of the worst matchups gone. Like, when Gyro was meta, and when which he is right now, by the way, he's back. Last week, at least, he started being picked quite often. Sven used to be picked up as well, because you farm just as fast, and you kind of are neck and neck. It all depends on who gets more of those camps stacked, who comes online a little bit faster, because you both do at about the same time. So maybe an option for Quest, but we'll see. They still get the call. Okay, so we're having it. We're having the Keeper of the Light mid, and we're having the DK on the offlane. Look, now Lifestealer kinda needs to be banned, because if they rotate Kunkka on offlane, like Kunkka Mirana offlane, then Lifestealer could own that. So maybe would be a good ban, because Lifestealer as well into Gyro, I feel like wouldn't have a problem. Interesting switch ups. I do like Nothing to Say Kunkka overall. I'd rather see him mid. Yeah. I just don't like, they ban out the Lifestealer. It needed to go. Because, like, this Kunkka into Lifestealer lane is almost unplayable for me, the way I see it. And this way you're enabling the Kunkka to be an offlaner, and now you can think about something that's actually good into Kotl. Like, TA got banned out. I don't know if you... What else are you worried about as Kotl mid? Not a lot of heroes, really. Anything that can jump you, and anything that can deal with Illuminate Blast with, I don't know, some phase shift or something like that is nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky call. It's a tricky call on what they want to do for G2 to IT. I guess at least for them, they are going to see PSG Quest carry, right? So we get to tier 2000 is going to reveal, and the Conquer lane, the Gyrocopter carry. Are there any other heroes that stand out for you that they need at the moment for tier 2000?
Let's see. They're playing. Can they do some combo? Nothing really that combos too well with the Coral. Like some crazy Medusa or something with them. Like, you have this Dragonite frontlining. I don't like it too much, but it could be an option. Like, you're playing into a Gyro. Lifestealer is banned out. Morphling is banned out. Those two come to my mind instantly. What else is there? I still feel like Sven is solid. Just another hero that can go in front. Like, the lane into Kunkka actually isn't great. I hate that lane, but you do have Enchantress to help you out, as long as her creeps aren't arrowed 24/7. Like maybe a lane that you could do well with the Sven, or at least good enough for him to farm the stacks, and then you're kind of playing a normal game of Dota. You have a Sven farming, they have a Gyro farming, and it comes down to all the rotations later on.
I mean, I really don't know. I cannot come up with a hero. I'm trying to look through some of the carry heroes at the moment. I'm just blanking on some that are available. Did you say Troll? Did you mention Troll?
That I have. Let's say that I have. If it's a good, if it gets picked, let's say it was me. But they get the Wind Ranger instead. They have X marks the spot into her though. Like you have these two heroes, Call and Wind Ranger, and now that X marks the spot has a shit ton of value. I would say it's pretty damn good. Maybe
And the missile.
yeah, maybe some Mars here. You know, some Arena. And then you put Kunkka mid. I just don't know if you want to play the Kunkka mid. If you know that Kotl is mid, isn't Puck all right? I'm not sure that matchup. Like you could phase shift the Illuminate and then you get Catch into Wind Ranger as well. Like you have Dream Coil to work against the Kotl, against all these four heroes really. Hoodwink, Enchantress, Kotl and Wind Ranger hate playing into it. And then just the damage from the Gyro. You have good team fight. Torrent Storm is there as well. Dragonite, of course, is a big issue if he goes mid against you, but then there's some crazy Kotl plus Hoodwink lane on offlane. Dragonite is mid. I'm not sure. I still think G2IG could be happy with some N2S Kunkka or Puck. Let's see. Is there some offlaner that changes everything?
I'm not really that comes to mind to me. I would like them to have some initiating hero to be able to combine with the Mirana in the mid game. Of course, you have that Conk with the Conquer at the moment, but we've seen what a Kotl is able to do and how active that hero can be. So whether it be a mid or off lane, I'd like it just to be able to be involved in these early fights and to be a bit of a pest for the Kotl. Just depends. I mean, the Conquer's going to have a fine lane versus Kotl.
That's what I'm worried about. No. I am actually worried about that exactly. I'm not sure that he's going to have a fine lane into Kotl. I feel like level 6 and you're constantly harassed. You can't dodge the Illuminate. They go with the Brew. Okay. Color me wrong. Brewmaster on the offlane. We have the Kunkka mid. Right? Like into Noob's Kotl. Let's see. Maybe I'm absolutely incorrect and nothing to say finds a way to deal with Noob's Keeper of the Light. So far, every one of these frontline bulky mid laners like Dragonite, Keeper of the Light, whenever I see them play into Kotl, it's not a fun sight. It's just one Illuminate after another. You get Solar Binded and you just can't run away. They have some nice tank killers as well in the Hoodwink. But the Brewmaster is a funky pick, I have to admit. JT Brewmaster.
It's a funky pick.
Yep.
I think another kind of funky pick is the Wind Ranger on tier 2000. I do believe we saw him play it once in the group stages. Had a really good performance on the Wind Ranger. So let's see. They have 4 ranged heroes, so a lot of pressure on DK to be able to act as that bodyguard for all these squishy heroes. And I think a lot of the early game is going to come down to the first couple of primal split usages on JT. If you get early rotations out of the Kotl, because again, we've seen this hero have a lot of success so far in the groups with early Vessel and then rotating as soon as you hit level 6. So a lot of that needs to be stopped from the early wards from PSG quests that they place, that G2IG places as well. So we may see them instantly look to aggressively smoke and go invade the jungle to try and drop some of the sentries and block the camp. So yeah, I feel like a lot of it is just this game, whoever wins is going to be determined in kind of the first 15-20 minutes, a lot of off the back of like the Keeper of the Lights rotations.
No, fair enough, I agree. PSG Quest's lineup looks very volatile. Like if they have a good time early on, they can crush you. If they don't, they can also be crushed very easily. Like Keeper of the Light in a game in which he's not making rotation and is losing is usually like if the game isn't going well for Keeper of the Light from the mid lane, you know that something's up, something's wrong. Like he needs to dominate. Brewmaster, a cool one, like makes a bit more chaos. Like you have that Storm Panda scoutings out in the back, some nice Dispel, some nice Cyclone. And you also mentioned TA2000 and the fact that he's played Wind Ranger. I believe the game that he has played, it was versus Spirit, and he absolutely owned them. Like that just wasn't nice watching it. If you were a Team Spirit fan, it was really rough. But yeah, he's had a really nice performance on the hero.
How are you feeling about the draft though, overall? Like, do you feel like there's a side that has a bit of an advantage heading into this game?
I think the draft is a little bit more stock standard from G2IG. It's like normal. You see what they're trying to do. They're not really being funky. It's just all absolutely in the meta. Meanwhile, on the other hand, on the other side, it's got flair. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it's either gonna bomb out minute 15, or it's just gonna own. Yep. And just a lot of mobility coming from Hoodwink, Wind Ranger, Keeper of the Light. They can run circles around you. But I fear for them because of X marks the spot. Maybe. Do worry though. It's X marks the spot and it's Frostbite. Realistically, that's not really a lot of catch. So let's see. It's gonna be a fun one regardless. PSG Quest coming off of a loss, pretty difficult loss that they just suffered. But once again, it's just the seeding. I'm sure they aren't too upset. That's what happened.
My love.
Okay.
Going on.
I mean,
the love story.
You can see a lot of these players right now have some stories to share because they're playing pubs together, right? Everyone is in Europe, so you can in the lobby chat you can see some banter before the game starts, and not something that you had before as much, maybe around TI, but that's it.
Nice ward, very valuable. See the smoke. And what's Thought say up to? He's going to drop a ward and then look to connect with the team. I mean, he's got Tidebringer already leveled up, so not really that much of an addition in a level 1 team fight.
The only time I level up a spell before the game starts is when I don't want to be baited into leveling anything else. It's a nice ward. I love this ward. It scouts out the high ground and then you can decide whether to strike high ground or not.
I don't know. Well, that's a great read. No, the smoke didn't pop. Well done.
Huh. The battle begins.
I think everyone is doing it. That's why.
You reckon?
Everyone is doing it. They saw the smoke, right? Like if you see that smoke coming your way, the ward is probably gonna be exactly there. It's scouting out Enchantress and her moves as well. Like it's
I mean, sure, it's like.
And another one, like look at this. They were the hard camp mid. Yeah, they just read it. You know, you're playing Enchantress, Keeper of the Light. Hard camp needs to go, and the jungle needs to be warded. Those are the two most popular wards at the moment. So, very nicely done by Quest to de-ward a sentry and a ward instantly.
Now, how do we feel about this bottom lane though? Because I have some concerns. Wind Ranger is a very frustrating hero to lane into. You see tier 2000 is purely gone stats. Like, no tangos at all. Triple branch, double circlet with a gauntlet as well. And this is a lot of right click damage. The Enchantress as well can be very frustrating to lane into. We see Ducalis has gone for the Nature's Attendant. So do we think JT is going to have an okay lane down bottom?
It depends on how well Baboka plays. Maybe with a couple of arrows it can. They are squishy on Radiant. Like they are very annoying and they dish out a ton of damage, but they are very squishy. So if you can get on top of them with some Thunderclap, Cinder Brew, maybe an arrow, Starfall, like you have kill potential. However, at the same time, I do think 100% that Wind Ranger should not be pressured too hard. Like this is a lane you're playing into a Brewmaster and a Mirana. Like you should be the one You should be the one harassing the enemy offlaner, not the other way around.
And the other side lane, G2IG, they will free farm here. I mean, really importantly, you have your small camp open. You've already got a pull as well.
You think?
And on free farming,
Yeah.
don't you just shove the lane with Nova and Flacken and you just never take fights?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's see. I believe
Monet?
there's some kill
they got
potential
him.
on Hoodwink. Yeah.
Oh, no Dragon Tail, okay.
That's something that I see on this lane. Like, okay, you can push out the wave, but you can't do it 24/7, and eventually Dragonite, you know, level 3, maybe a Hoodwink. It's a lot of damage from the two of them.
Yeah, I wonder how defensive Melik has to go because of the flak cannon spam. If he has to go like next level in Dragon's Blood, and if that's the case, then with not getting stunned till level 4, maybe your kill potential is going to be less. I mean, also shoving the lane now gives you the Lotus too. Vidushi Dekalis, I mean, he's been able to get the Lotus, so at least for PSG Quest down bottom.
No, that's a very good point. Yeah, definitely. Like you can see the Dragonite already. On a quarter of his HP. Same goes for Hoodwink, so trying to at least keep the wave away from the tower, but isn't able to do that as well. Yeah, CM and Gyro just spam to win, I guess. What's happening elsewhere, by the way? Did we talk about mid at all, or are we chilling?
Not yet. No, we can talk about it though. I know you had a little bit of concerns or questions on how the Conquer was going to fare into the Coddle. I've been kind of keeping tabs. Nothing to say is being very frustrating with the constant torrent spam. Just as soon as Noob is like charging up the Illuminate, so he's not getting that full charge and max damage. And they're even. Oh, I thought Berserker was going to try and rotate, but
no.
just taking some of the hot stacks away.
Exactly, and that's a really good thing. Like you want to slow down the Keeper of the Light as much as possible. You know that he's going to be stacking all the time, so...
Top lane Melik? They've got kill threat. Alright, so they're the ones that actually are going to be able to get the kill into the Gyrocopter and... Not going to get Omar though, but I mean, I don't know, dude. The Crystal Maiden and Gyrocopter is such a strong lane. It's just...
Yeah. No, you're right, you're right.
That.
Like, a lot of damage from the two of them, a lot of control. Just a lot of constant spam happening. You get the mana from Arcane Aura as well.
Got a bit of a man fight between the two, but luckily for Noob, Dekalis is here as well. But the Bloodgrade's going to connect. Noob's able to sidestep that another round of the Tidebringer, but Baboka, only 1 point in the Starstorm, doesn't need the arrow by the looks of it. Just the leaps is all that's required, and nice rotation. Baboka in the neighborhood is going to be able to protect his Conquer. Has a Salve if he wants to give it over to Nothing to Say, but NTS might go back to base.
Yeah, he has a bottle flying out, so maybe something. He can X marks the spot TP. Yeah, he'll be fine. You really want to wait 6, I think, on Coddle before you make these moves. Coddle 6 is what makes this lane broken. Until that point, it can be kind of even, go one way or the
lane,
other.
JT. Very cool. Oh, he's actually away. Okay, I thought they were going to be able to get the kill. It's a lot of damage, though.
Cool that he has Raid Band queued up, by the way. He just wants that armor. Like, just too much right-click from these ranged heroes. Usually you go 2 bracers on Brew. Like 2 braces earn, 2 bracers into Radiance, that's the build, but Bracer and Raid Band, it seems like, for him.
One interesting thing is how high level Baboka actually is at the moment on the Mirana. And hasn't... Okay, now we'll go for a second point in the Starstorm. They won't have kill threat onto Dekalis, but this is going to be interesting for a lot of the burst potential that we're going to see in the early game with how high a level Baboka is. I think a lot of it is because he got that solo experience onto Noob, who, speaking of Noob with the Arcane Rune, has that important level 6 like you're mentioning to be able to buff up the damage, and Nothing to Say did get both though. So a great timing to be able to have the run buff, and we're going to see the TPs come into play. Is the run buff even enough to actually keep him alive? Another spam with the Illuminate, Nothing to Say on a slither of health, and they're going to be able to bring him down. It is a 1-for-1, but that is a incredible trade for PSG Quest.
Ooh, Bushwhack misses. They could have killed Dexnova as well if that Bushwhack connects, but this is where Noob becomes super annoying. He's got that level 6, and more importantly, I will even say the Arcane Rune. Like this Arcane Rune on him, just constant spam one after another. nice little recovery, you know? Like, the mid lane wasn't going that great. His stacks got stolen. He died even. So, like I said, you need to have a good lane on Keeper of the Light to contribute afterwards, and nice recovery.
And Dakara's going to be able to snipe the Wisdom Room as well, so PSG quests, both runes will go their way, which is huge considering the support levels that we were getting from G2IG. Alright, now I'm going to make a rotation out of the Coddle, so top she goes. Would be very nice to be able to slow down Monet. Pretty close to the level 6 as well from Melik, so a kill is going to open up the Elder Dragon form to threaten the tower.
CM.
Looks like X-Nova is going to be bursted from 4 to 0.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they will not be able to catch up to the prize on Monet.
Yeah, nothing to say was actually rotating in. He has a ward, fresh ward here now as well. So he knows what's going on. Big stack though. Yeah. This is for Noob. He's gonna take this. I'm pretty sure.
Yummy.
Look, you steal my stacks, I steal your stacks. Fair enough. He is scouted though. But they can't rotate on time.
Okay. Might reveal there's a ward somewhere in the neighborhood as well from them responding. But we really got to see what Nothing to Say is going to be able to do. There might be an opening for a kill onto Melik. Pretty tanky. 1300 health. Not an easy kill at all. They do have cooldown 3 points Rocket Barrage, and maybe with the extra magic damage. You've got both supports from PSG Quest nearby. And yeah, they're not going to go for it. A little bit awkward with the combination out there from Nothing to Say. And okay.
Yeah,
Bottom lane now, JT. Level 6 from tier 2000. JT is going to try and step into the trees, but the slow from the Thunderclap is okay, but that Focus Fire wasn't enough initially. And he's almost got 6.
Maybe they can cyclone into arrow. It's not easy, but CM is here as well.
Oh, they got him. Alright, nice kill. Really cool setup. X-Nova being able to be there in the time for the Frostbite for the arrow. And now they got the split as well. JT might be able to go for more if they get a glimpse of Noob.
He TP'd in just to defend more than anything else. Like, he's using this Illuminate Blast, blasting bot. Meanwhile, on top lane, the tier 1 is going to fall. Can they do something about it? Mirana is here. Maybe Frostbite into arrow again. It's just so difficult, even with the gyro around. From this point onwards, by the way, Keeper of the Light is completely active. Like, he has these travels to work with. So every time there's a fight anywhere on the map, you have to keep in mind that he can travel to Enchantress creeps, which is one of the nicest things about this combo.
And do we feel like G2IG will be able to respond to the active style of play that we're going to get out of PSG Quest?
Let's see. They have some defensive tools to play with. A lot of damage coming from Gyro, then you have the boat from Kunkka, which is always nice, but one problem playing against fast heroes with Brewmaster is pretty annoying, because you want to be farming your Radiance. And, of course, your cooldowns are a bit long.
Can they even go for their own plays on G2IG, or is it like purely they are reactionary at this stage as bottom lane? JT again. The rotation for Noob. And this time they will be able to convert onto a kill on the Brewmaster. So slowing down JT, who is struggling. I mean, Wind Ranger in a 1v1. Okay, the car is going to be killed off as well. So a bit of a freebie there from Monet.
Yeah, not a game in which Enchantress has this opportunity to just solo jungle the enemy side. Oh, hasted Kunkka.
No way. Really?
Maybe into an arrow. Maybe not.
Oh no, yeah, they're out. That is... what is that? Nothing is... just like running jungle, using boat, I guess trying to be a nuisance.
Yeah, Omar is having one of those games when he can't connect the bushwhack. And bottom lane, nothing to say. Let's see, the vision from the creep, never mind. And the one time he connected the bushwhack, Illuminate misses because of it. He pulls the hero way too close, the Brewmaster way too close to a tree. So a rough start for now, but Yeah, he's gonna buy Ethos, help out a little bit when it comes to catch. I feel like they don't struggle too much with it. Maybe some leveled up Shackle Shot later on, Dragon's Tail. Not enough, definitely.
Dire's middle tower
Are
is
you
under
a little concerned though with the status of this game? Because it feels like G2IG, like some attempts they have been making has been either uncoordinated or they haven't been able to get a kill as a result. And now PSG Quest having 2 towers open with this your Boots of Travel onto an Enchantress creep, like you're saying, and a Blink Dagger and a couple hundred gold, they really will be able to continue hunting.
Yeah, they should be able to, and like usually when I look at that, I'm thinking, okay, is there a reason? Is one team scaling a lot better, and just are they very happy with the status quo, or just losing a little bit? And I can't say I'm completely sold on the late game of IG. You have some, of course, Brewmaster. This is a completely free game for him. That's one nice thing. I feel like Brewmaster with Radiance does a ton. So you can perhaps just wait that out. Get that Aghanims on Gyro as well.
Dire's middle tower is under
Then you can start making some moves.
scanning.
So Laneward from G2IG up top was able to scout out 4 heroes, so they've got a pretty good idea that something is going on. And it will be a smoke from PSG Quest. They're going to look for a wraparound. A lot of lines drawn.
They know.
This tower.
Look, both teams know, because Boboka scouted pretty much everything in the Radiant jungle, so he should be aware they're top. What they might not be aware of is Dragonite has a Blink Dagger flying out. Still in the courier though, but will be there shortly. Might change the way these fights are played.
When it would be a gigantic pick-off if they're going to be able to get him. At the Blink, though, we see how difficult it is. It's just up to Omar. Is he actually going to show in this lane? Again, they saw the heroes top with that lane ward. You got the bottom tower, so you will be able to react, but Malik Blink has been delivered. Here come the TPs. Maybe the Vessel and the Blast is going to be enough to burst him down, and they're able to disengage fast enough. Meanwhile, the Carlos on the backline is going to force the attention of G2IG, so I guess everyone else gets away. Maybe a little bit, wasn't necessary to be there. Regardless, not going to matter in the end because PSG Quest are very, very happy with the kill onto the Gyrocopter.
100%. Not really sure why he went all the way around, why he wrapped so much. Maybe he wanted to put another ward or something like that, but perfect reveal of the Blink Dagger on the Dragonite. And there's just so much damage coming from this Vessel on Coral, like Illuminate Blast. Before the BKBs are up, I do think anyone can die. Maybe the Brewmaster a little bit more difficult with the Primal Split, but if you get jumped on, you can be blown up.
Interesting. Nothing to say is actually going Ag Shard first before the Scepter. So I mean, of course, a lot of repositioning, very important against someone like against the Coddle in particular, but even the Wind Ranger, I suppose. So let's see. We brought up in the draft how vital the BKBs are going to be for PSG Quest. Unfortunately, they don't really have the greatest like BKB builders. DK without a doubt. Wind Ranger kind of wants to go it a little bit later on.
No, I meant on the other side. I meant on the other side. The BKBs are super nice. On the Gyro, maybe, right? But same for PSG Quest. You're completely right. Like on them as well. Like DK is the one that perhaps buys it, but that's it. Jumping in. It's like, yeah. This is. You're not gonna. Are you gonna? You're not gonna. There's no way. There's no way.
Noob didn't get the Vessel charge of that previous kill on 1A, so
Yep.
I don't know if that really would have been the difference, but we will see. It's going to be pretty frustrating for him at the moment, so they may need to get a quick kill onto a support to at least get a charge.
Yeah, maybe if you manage to bait out the Primal Split, that would have been good enough even without the Vessel, but you'd commit way too far, so probably for the best that they didn't. The shard that you talked about is there on Kunkka, he's got it. And the BKB is on Quest, who's got something at least. The Wind Ranger, like TA 2000, has the Ogre Axe. moving towards it. Like, you need it. Like, you're super mobile, but you can't play against X marks the spot. Like, you need it. You need it on her, you need it on... maybe even on Keeper of the Light later on. We'll see. If Noob gets caught once or twice, I won't be surprised him just switching the build. Top lane.
Carlos again. Takes the gank. 4 deaths for her. Even going to drop the boat as well. Oh, the team fight's going to break out. But, yeah, I mean, really, unfortunately, G2IG this game have not been able to convert on very meaningful kills across the map. They will continue to farm, and we are actually going to see Quest go for their own play. It's going to be Omar and Malik in combination together, so maybe they can get a kill on a support. I actually, Noob and Tier 2000 are going to TP mid as well, so they're looking for a bit of a brawl. Nothing to say.
Malik.
Not a bad target, Monate. He's even better. They're going to be able to catch a gyrocopter to the front of the T2 tower, and the damage just comes in too quick. Now, the vessel was freshly completed from Baboka, so we're going to see them use it in turn onto Malik, and meanwhile, X-Nova as well with the freezing field is kind of zoning the protective heroes away from helping Malik, and now the supports have stuck around for a little bit too long. They're going to be able to drag back the Hoodwink, and a double kill for JT. Now, Noob still might be able to assassinate Baboka. Tier 2000's nearby as well. Unfortunately, the Shackle's not able to latch onto the tree. And Baboka will be fine in the end. But G2IG, you lose the gyrocopter, but you find 3 kills afterwards.
Yeah, you lose the gyro and the CM. I believe Enchantress got him in the end, right? There was an impetus shot flying out. So, overall, I would say a slight win for Quest. I think it's a little bit of a better trade for them. And it also showcases how important this BKB will be on Monet. Up until that point, like, really, if he gets going on, he's dead. They have no control. I still don't get what's going on with these pushbacks on Omar. He missed one on the CM in the last fight as well. Just didn't connect. And it's not... I'm not talking about him, it's just like I saw that bushwhack connecting as well. I think the tree got cut very fast, so they're super prepared with just cutting down the trees, you know, quelling blades and stuff, making sure that he doesn't control the heroes unnecessarily.
Yeah, I don't know what I just watched as well, because, I mean, there was a freezing field and he bushwhacked the CM and it didn't
connect, right?
But yeah, there were like 5 trees. Like, what am I missing? Like,
exactly. I
what's going
get it
on
as well.
Other D ward. Yeah, I don't know. It was a bit confusing. Omar's probably like,
what the hell is going on?
Bushwhacks this game.
Yeah.
I feel that X-Nova. They're fine. So yeah, I mean, we've got some action. 16 kills, 19 minutes in, but it is still very, very slow pace. You've got Noob top net worth. It's going to be the Octarine build for the Keeper of the Light. Radiance is online for JT's. Had it for a little while. And I think you even said it earlier, and I still haven't got a better read, like how late game's actually going to fare. I really am intrigued on like this Wind Ranger matchup, and if Tier 2000 is going to be able to get a couple pickoffs on the supports as the game goes on, you know, in big team fights to have like a numbers advantage, and you know how impactful the team fight from G2IG is going to be. Because I would say their team fight's probably better, but like, you know, what can the Enchantress bring as well to the game? Because we do see Takala's trying to scale with the Treads and Dragonlance.
Yeah, and I think this is a good option for him. I think that Enchantress actually scales pretty damn well in this game. Like into Gyro, you can outrange him, dish out a lot of damage. By the way, BKB freshly picked up on Wind Ranger, and the next item on Noob will also be a BKB, as he does have an Octarine completed. It's just on the courier, so these big items are more or less done. Maybe a Manta, something that you can wait on Malik, but I do believe they should be ready to smoke up and finally use TA2000 to full potential.
Without a doubt, are going to be ready to combat that, though, with this Torrent Storm almost completed.
Does he have it? How close? Oh,
250 gold.
Yeah, super close.
They're
going to go beforehand, though. PG Quest, ready to fight. Look to try and connect to Carlos, who's farming pretty aggressively inside Dai's jungle. And they've got a lane that's shoved out as well. So if a successful team fight, they'll be able to convert into a T2 tower. They will intercept a couple of heroes looking to try and make their way over to JT. They get a glimpse of 1-8. And with a jump over the top, Noob, they should be able to bring him down with the help of the coddle damage. 1-8 trying to do whatever he can, but without the BKB, it's not going to be enough. Still, this is a fight they might look to take. JT with a split. They'll turn to Melik. Nothing to say is going to drop the combo. He got the catch onto the Wind Ranger. T2000 in some danger, and the Torrent Storm freshly completed. Noob's going to try and reset, but it will not be fast enough. The hurling boulder catches up to him. And now Dakalis, the sole survivor. But he will not be alive for too much longer. JT with the crits. And with the Brewmaster will reign supreme. G2IG find a 5-man wipe on their side of the map.
Yeah, we did mention that it looks like such a good game for Brewmaster, and he just demonstrated it perfectly in that last fight. I don't know, like you pop these, sometimes in some games you pop your ulti or primal split, and you're playing into, I don't know, some fat gyro or a similar hero, and you're just gone. Like your primal brawlings just die instantly. This game, I don't know, I'm just salivating looking at the Brewmaster. You know, like you're playing into a Hoodwink into Ench, everyone is squishy and you can get on top of everyone very easily, even Keeper of the Light. Just the Radiance is doing work, your Brawlings, every single spell is good. Like, I don't know, it just looks like a really good game for JT.
And a really big thing though is the fact you get the Torrent Storm just before that fight. Like, I thought it was going to break out with it still yet to be delivered. And we saw how much value it had for G2IG and nothing to say in particular. I also think, the kill on the Gyrocopter probably took a little bit longer than they were actually expecting. 1-8 survived a couple of extra seconds, which enabled them to react. Meanwhile, Omar as well. Point blank arrow, but it's not going to matter. BreakER with the assist into the Conquer.
I feel like it's the Force Staff that drew them a little bit too deep. Noob, mid lane.
Mid lane, Noob. They might just Torrent Storm if they have to, and yeah, nothing to say. He's going to utilize that big spell. X-Nova's going to be in with the freezing field as well, and now with the arrow from downtown, G2IG. I've kind of cracked this game open a little bit. We've got a 6,000 net worth lead. I believe it's the highest of our second best of one.
I would say this game isn't just cracked open. There's a pretty big hole now in Quest side. The way I see them winning this game is just by constantly building up a slow and steady pressure and just constantly winning fights. Maybe killing off Brewmaster a couple of times before the split, but that just didn't happen, and it's looking really scary for them at the moment. You're getting, like you said, Torrent Storm Aghanim on Kunkka doing a lot of work, and now he's going to have a BKB too. I'm not sure which target you go on first, because they're really good at eliminating targets instantly. But who do you go on first? Do you go on Gyro? Do you go on Brew? Ducalis? Next spot.
I said, yeah, are they going to be able to get him? Sorry, I thought the Centaur Conqueror was Ducalis' creep and he tried to body block the BreakER arrow, but
I thought the same thing,
yeah. That's alright, it was just a random neutral creep running around.
Just a random helper, Just a random helper trying to block the arrow.
Unfortunately, not enough though, so another kill for them. I mean, Ducalis has really not been putting his body too safely where he's been farming. He's been very aggressive with his positioning, but this game you have to be very concerned now. Like, team fights do not look like they get much easier. Probably the next time is the BKBs, that's when they are, but this is, you're still 2 components away from Noob, still 2 components from Melik as well, so the map will be all G2IGs, and even with those BKBs, I still don't know how much better it's going to be.
I'm the same. I am definitely concerned for Quest. Feels like a little bit of magic needs to happen in these next fights. Maybe some high ground kiting, like they lost the last game to some kites. They lost to some kites and buybacks from Bach. So maybe this time versus G2IG they can do the same. They're definitely not in a leading position, but if this Wind Ranger becomes big enough, you blow up one target with a BKB, you reset. It's not easy, but maybe doable.
Yeah, but like you said, like how do you reset this game into the spells that G2IG have now? Getting a kill like this, alright, T2000 is going to pick up the shield rune, so Baboka won't get it. And that's what you need. You need a couple of these pickoffs, just pumps him up to second position in the net worth, big injection of gold to get towards the scepter. And this is what needs to happen inside team fights as well, where you're blowing up a couple heroes and then resetting, kiting out some abilities. There's
JT.
no way this kill happens, right? I mean, maybe you force a split, and far out they were pretty close, honestly.
If TA 2000 was actually committing, and if he went there, they would force a split at least.
Dire's middle tower
You know
is
what?
under
Like seeing how much damage they deal, especially considering their range. Ducalis once again.
Oh.
He had a second there, like a good
That was a bit
second.
slow.
Yeah, it happens.
I mean, I think he went for the torrent first instead, but yeah, no, it happens, it happens.
he's probably just looking at the lane. You know, like you don't necessarily look where your hero is if you don't expect a hero there, and he's looking somewhere else. And by the time he moves the camera, he's on
Malik and
Malik.
Aruba. And Baboka's going to be in with the Vessel out pretty shortly. Scepter on Baboka as well, so no lack of damage. Very interesting build for the Mirana. I haven't seen the Scepter in quite some time.
I've seen a couple with.
Oh, they got tier 2000. She's going to have to BKB TP probably, and she'll
Arrow.
need to do it fast before the extra stun. Oh, that was too close for comfort.
Gotta be careful. Omar is well pinged out, but should be fine. Do they have a wave? They have. They have one creep. One melee creep is there, so maybe they can dish out some damage to the tier 2.
tower is under attack.
What a timing though for them to force the BKB. You've got Wisdom Room up in a couple of seconds. This 2 towers going to go down. You can even look for mid as well. This lane is pushed out. Chentra's doing a pretty good job to be able to cut it, and the Coddle as well, but
Radiant structures are fortified.
it was like you
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
into soul.
Yep, I do think so, especially without a BKB on Wind Ranger. And please to wait that out, but 1 minute on the Aegis, they're not gonna wait. You need to come def. You have Hoodwink, you have Coddle. These heroes do defend really well.
Right on Malik, nice blink. Really nice blink. Right now on cooldown, they'll deal with the Cyclone Panda, which is a bit frustrating. Noob's got a DD as well, importantly. Let's see what this extra amp's able to do for the Coddle.
Under attack.
Man, 1 April, pretty low.
30
I
more
still got a
seconds
goal,
on me.
actually. Oh, Malik, it doesn't matter if they don't have the bow, but the Dragon Knight, he's not dead just yet. But they'll still be able to kill him nonetheless. With the Aegis, they'll be able to kill the first light, but how do you enter the fight? And this is the big difficulty they will continue to have without the BKBs. And I mean, they might be able to get the Wind Ranger before she even activates it as well. Tier 2000 gets to the last second along with the evasion.
Leipnir, and can't do anything. So they lose the side, they lose the Dragon Knight Edge, and these guys are just out. The Aegis was running out anyway, so they're super happy with the fight. How do you join the fights? You can't until your Dragon Knight has a BKB. Like, every single fight is going to look exactly like this. You need a BKB on DK. It makes you think that maybe Manta was a little bit too much. I know that's the standard build right now, and it allows you to scale, but it doesn't allow you to be this frontline beast. You get rid of Vessel, and then you still die to just the sheer magic damage that they pump out.
I mean, we're seeing the issues without having these early BKBs. It is a very big concern. And a 14,000 net worth lead now for G2IG. And to keep in mind, PSG Quest, if you do lose this game, then you will be playing from the lower bracket into the playoffs, and it'll either be Azure or G2IG that will have that last upper bracket berth as well, and they are in prime position. 96% probability as well for the boys on Dial. Nothing to say.
Okay, that's...
Let's see how much damage they're going to be able to do.
Pretty good.
It's a lot at the moment. BKB is going to come out. Tier 2000 wants to continue to chase, but he wasn't able to avoid a lot of the blade melt damage with his BKB still on cooldown, and that will be the case. Into the grave he goes.
Took too much damage in that last 10% of HP of Kunkas. The blade mail came in clutch. Yeah, you can assassinate heroes. Like, you can get these pickoffs. It's nice, but for that to happen, they need to be absolutely alone. Like, you literally have to find someone completely isolated. And that's probably going to happen once, maybe twice in the game. So can't count on these kind of pickoffs. Also, it's not that great for you, right? Like, you just lost your carry. At least, I guess the upside is the Dragon Knight now has a BKB, Enchantress as well going for one. Okay, they're truly committing into the BKBs. Like, I was praising this item earlier, but not everyone needs to get one. Come on, guys.
Ah, come on, 4 man.
Full, everyone
Five,
pops BKB any
five.
fight, yeah. Torrent
Yeah,
Storm,
go Hoodman, go
useless.
Alright, smoke up. When it's showing down bottom, but he has shoved the lane and
Radiant's
it may be obvious pretty shortly with no one defending this. We'll see if Bonade's going to continue to farm in the area. They do scan him. Now he's got BKB, of course. And you're taking a fight without the Wind Ranger currently as well. They might go for CM, which unfortunately it is not a juicy kill, but it is a kill nonetheless. They're still scouting out Monet. T2000 is not with them currently and died. They're going to be able to react. I mean, you are running head first into them. They have plenty of time to be able to respond. BKB from Monet, he stands strong. It is now over. Let's see maybe if they're going to be able to blow up JT, but that's a different beast. 3,600 health they have to go through along with the evasion. And Monet's going to charge in the middle. There's nothing they need to fear. But the arrow once again from Baboka is going to be able to catch the Wind Ranger off to the side. BKB won't even have an opportunity to activate it. Once again, Baboka with the arrows continuing to be on the mark.
Yeah, there's everyone just tipping him, of course. That's it. He just literally wins the whole team fight with 2 arrows. My friend, why tips me? Yeah, just gotta. It's from the pubs. It's from the pubs.
Wait, let's see if they won. Let me see. I think I can find it.
In any case, you have to respect these arrows. Gotta pop these BKBs a little bit earlier. They don't matter if you don't click on them. Just the sheer 10+ strength from BKB is not good enough, so perhaps can use that in the next fight on Quest. Let's see. Aegis, of course, for Gyro. Baboka takes the banner. And look at that banner. It's literally in the middle of the lane. They just want to force this. Yeah, JT just splitting straight up. I do like this. I do like that they committed on the Storm Panda. Like,
oh, what? How far was that? Might have looked further than usual. The Carlos?
Really far, yeah.
This is a really valuable kill. I mean, you don't have to commit that much to get the Enchantress, and it is a lot of high ground defense with the backline. T2000 trying to snipe X-Nova, but can't even get just a measly Crystal Maiden kill, and if you can't get a support, when are you ever going to be able to kill a core? That's a dieback onto Carlos. They try and jump JT once the Primal Split has expired, but there is just nothing left in the tank, and there hasn't been anything for a vast portion of this game. PC Quest, they'll stick into the bitter end, but 60 seconds, it'll be a 4v5, and they're going to walk it down mid, looking for the Megas for a Dire.
6 even, right? Like, you have this Aegis to work with, so... 30 seconds, no Primal Split. Maybe if you force the fight right now, you have a little bit of a bigger chance, but even like that, you're 2 heroes down, you're really not defending this. JT owned with the Brewmaster, just owned. Baboka as well on the Mirana was on point, but these two won the game.
Oh, Monade's gonna Satanic Life still up, and still 3 minutes on Aegis, so let's see what the call is going to be from them. You got a Wisdom Room that Baboka's going to go slam.
He's just going to split. That's it. How do you stop this?
Oh, okay.
They just don't have the damage. Some dispels. Yeah, you can't even use the Manta. He dispels it. Straight up. This Storm Spirit. I loved the last fight. They went in and killed the Storm Spirit instantly. But, yeah, it was only once.
Jump in. Onto the Conquer. Not that I say he's going to have enough time to be able to react with the BKB. It's a little bit too late to protect him against the Mega Creeps. Monade's life will go down, but meanwhile, the Wind Ranger stuck inside. With the chain control, it's perfect. The combos to set up for Baboka's arrows. We've seen this time and time again so far for them inside the team fights, and that is a big reason of why they will be rewarded with this game victory. G2IG are going to officially send PC Quest now down to the lower bracket, so that is where they will start in the playoffs, and that means we will not get some crazy second round of tiebreakers into potential 1v1s to determine if the tiebreakers did go a third time. So that means now with our last series, our last the best of one, it's going to be G2IG up against Azure, and the winner will get that upper bracket position.
Yeah, congratulations. Well, to no one, right? Wait, are they? We're still getting game 3. Are we still getting? We're still getting game 3. Okay, so congratulations on PSG Quest for getting into the playoffs. Unfortunately, it will be the lower bracket for them, but still, I'm sure they're not too sad with that. Today can be taken maybe as a learning experience. You know, they lost 2 best of ones, but the best of ones that they lost were versus top tier teams, and I don't think they should have any problems going into the playoffs. Being spammed, man. Wait, like goddamn Steam. Anyways, nicely done by G2IG. Enjoyable game. This Brewmaster was a fantastic last pick. You see these squishies, you just pick the Brewmaster. If they don't blow you up 100-0, you just pop that Manta Radiance, you run into them. This is the first fight where he truly showcased exactly that. Look at this. Look at that little Brew. Split, and now I'm free to do whatever I want to. I stun one hero, I cyclone the other. Going in, repositioned with the Void Spirit. Did a ton of work together with the Torrent Storm. Of course, Kunkka, nothing to say, might have not had the easiest lane, and it is hard to play into the Coddle but I think this draft from PSG Quest with the putting the Dragonite offlane and Keeper of the Light mid sounds good on paper into Coddle, but considering you have this Wind Ranger as your carry as well, I think they needed something more in the front. You needed some Sven, something fat and annoying and just jumps in, and creates chaos, because it's too difficult to play like this. It's like, I don't know. It's so hard to take fights. It's hard to take fights.
It's a feeling thing, right?
If it's a feeling thing, but if Malik dies, the fight is already kind of done for you, and that's probably not a good position to be in.
Yeah, because I don't know, throughout that game was having a lot of difficulty with being able to explain how I was feeling about PSG Quest's lineup, but it really felt like you could never fight. Like something was not right with the 5-man, and I think a lot of it is because this lineup needs to be playing from ahead, and you always see a lot of difficulties when they're not playing from ahead. Unfortunately for them, is that the one fight we saw right at front of G2IG's base, with the reveal of the Torrent Storm, that was a fight they wanted to take off the back of the smoke, because they had some timings, but unfortunately, Conker had his at a perfect moment as well. Very cool from Baboka as well to go Vessel. I think that's another thing that we're getting. I know this is the big advantage of Mirana. Like, your item build is very, very versatile. You can go for a lot of different things. Spirit Vessel used to be something you went in the past. We're kind of not getting it as much anymore, but it just completely destroyed them. Like, any concerns of lack of damage inside a boat combo was not there. You were able to blow up the Dragonite as well, like pre-BKB. So I think the Vessel was really cool from Baboka. How they took team fights was great. But just the lineup on PSG Quest, we saw they could not play from behind. How they could execute team fights was very, very difficult when they even had a slight numbers disadvantage and without BKB altogether.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Vessel as well definitely helped out. But what also helped out is that Baboka is just a god. Catches them with a couple of very nice arrows, and those arrows won one of the fights. The game was already over, but in any case, let's go into game 3. Let's see.
Yeah.
Azure versus G2IG. Let's see what the showdown of these mostly China players is gonna look like.
Yeah, should be exciting, right? So we're gonna get, of course, that deciding series, that deciding best one to be able to determine who would be the upper bracket, who would be the lower bracket. So we'll get to see. These two teams have played each other a lot in the regional finals. Of course, they just played each other in the group stages as well. But this will be the ultimate decider, at least for the moment, potentially until they clash in the playoffs as well. But yeah, like Liz is saying, let's get this one underway. So we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have our third and final best of one of the night. We'll see you guys after break.
And just like that, we are back into the last game, last series, you should say, of I should say of the tiebreakers. We have G2IG versus Azure. Unfortunately, we will not be seeing any sort of one-on-one mid showdowns to decide on who goes through into the upper bracket, who goes into the lower bracket, because it's already decided. At least for the lower bracket, we do know that PSG Quest will be starting off the playoffs out of that little difficult position, because one game, one series that is, and they can be out. However, let's see who goes into the upper bracket. We have G2, IG, and the Azure battling it out. Like, these two teams have faced before in the group stages, and they've, I believe, tied, right, Aries?
Yep, correct.
Yeah,
And
so
I was going to say, I mean, we've also seen them play each other a lot recently as well. Of course, in the regional qualifiers that they had to go through. I mean, for ESL 1 Birmingham, G2IG were able to get a 3-2 victory over Azure, and then for PGL, they also got a 3-1 victory over Azure. So really where it mattered, we saw G2IG be able to win in the grand finals. We'll see if this is a series that they determine matters or not.
Yeah, when we say series, a series of one, right? Like we are still going to see only one singular game here between G2IG and Azure, so maybe they can surprise us with something a little bit different. So far, absolutely nothing different. On one side, we see the Kunkka, on the other, we see the Timber that has fell off a little bit. I feel like the hero got picked every single game, then he started being banned every single game, and then teams... I'm not sure, but I have a feeling like in the last couple of series that we watched, he wasn't touched, like picked or banned. Not sure. Usually we see some counters like a Disruptor Luna in the lane. It's okay, not too bad. And then after the lane, of course, you have a lot of magic damage to chew through the Timber Saw, like the Eclipse plus something like a Static Storm, and he can't really deal with it. Might be an option anyway for them. Might still be an option for Azure to go for Luna. Besides this Tiny pick, do you think this Tiny is a problem for her? I don't think so. This is most likely your 4, right, on G2IG?
Yeah, most likely your 4. No, I don't think it's a problem. In fact, I don't know if it was either Azure or G2IG we saw go for that first phase Luna as a response to the Timber. So this is already something you're probably considering. It's just a question of, do you want to pick it now? Because even G2IG, they could steal it heading with the 16th, 17th pick if they really want to. So this is going to be a pretty tough decision for them to make if you go Luna now or if you save it. So we're going to get the techies nonetheless, which of course offers you a lot of burst potential with the Timber Saw. There you go. There is the Luna.
Yeah. We get the techies Luna now. A lot of damage, by the way, like we were talking about Disruptor and how much magic damage he brings into the Timber Saw. Now with the techies, it's kind of similar situation. You get a ton in that mid-game. X marks the spot into some torrent, into techies jumping on top of you, and it's not a free Timber game. I'm going to tell you that much. Already, it's not. It doesn't feel that free. We'll see if they find a way to adjust. Let's see, though. With the Luna being picked, there are some answers that you can go for on that position 1. So far, I haven't seen a single good answer. I've seen teams try the Lifestealer, which historically used to be really good, but it changed since the Shard. Shadow Demon, a hero at the time, calling for every game, used to be amazing into Luna. I literally played it last night into the matchup. It's like good, but nowhere nearly as good as it used to be. You disrupt her, she just pops the Shard, so you have to play around that disruption, save it a little bit after, and it's hard to do that.
What is this here? What are they cooking?
We saw one game of CK, I think, me and you. We casted it recently. Just one.
Oh, no. Are you sure? I don't remember. Wraith King? We got the Wraith King.
Well, one is red, other is green. I'm sure.
I don't know if you're thinking of like... I don't know if you're thinking of shitty melee carries that have coming out from the grave, because this is one of them.
Exactly, the shitty melee carries. Yeah, Chaos Knight got picked actually 7 times through the tournament. Yeah, 7 times. Wait, total 7? 80. Wait, I'm blind. Win rate.
I'll do it. It's all right.
No. I got him. Win rate
85% win rate.
0.71. That's
yes. Doratio is, that's right. GG have played it 4 games and he's won all of them. So Doratio is a Chaos Knight enjoyer. So it makes sense.
Like you are forgetting one series from Group B that we casted. It was Tundra series. They played CK and they played Sniper. I think that's why. Yeah, okay. CK picked up. Interesting. And I'm not sure though, like Luna, okay. Back in the day it was pretty bad, but I'm thinking this matchup might be okay for Luna now with the Shard. yeah, he uses Reality Rift on you, but then you just hit him with the shard, right? Let's see. Obviously, G2IG have cooked. I love the Phoenix here. I think it's an amazing Phoenix game. Like, you have this Tiny to work with, a lot of AoE stun, and usually Tiny Phoenix, it's enough to secure the egg, but then you have some CK too. You don't care about Lash, you don't care about Techies, you don't care about Kunkka. A lot of damage to be dealt by X-Nova. I don't know, I'm a big Phoenix enjoyer right here. I think it's a good game for him. What's also nice is the Torrent Storm. You know, usually Kunkka pops the Torrent Storm and everyone needs to run. But now you have a way of, okay, you pop the Torrent Storm, I pop the egg. Let's see who runs. You know what I mean? Like,
Cool.
Yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense, because we've seen Phoenix in the past has been a very good counter to a lot of ultimates. I mean, Overgrowth has always been a big one, like where Treant Protector uses ulti, then Phoenix just instant supernova. And really just to counter like anyone else's ultimate you put in there too. So this could be a really cool read versus the Conqueror, because not only that, but like Sunray % damage plus a potential vessel builder could be really nice. So China have always loved this hero. It does not matter what patch you're in, they will still pick it. They love team fight. So this is a very cool adaptation, and I think that's a great read you have about the egg against Torrent Storm.
Yeah. I don't think this hero was ever bad. Like, from the moment he got added into the game up to this point, he was never bad. There were only patches in which heroes that were played on carry role or maybe position 4 were too good, so he couldn't be played. Like, when Jug is in the meta every single game, you know, it's kind of hard to justify Phoenix if your egg is one Blade Fury and your egg is gone. When Mirana is 24/7 in the game, like, or Lina, you know, these kind of heroes. But besides that, the numbers on Phoenix were always decent enough. You could play him. I don't even want to go and say how much Fire Spirits dealt before it, because you could 100-0 target with just the Fire Spirits. But okay, let's see the last couple of picks from Azure. We most likely have this Lash on mid, right? Is that our read? Lash mid, Kunkka offlane?
I was trying to come up with if it was even going to be 5 Lesh, because I have some issues on how they're going to deal with the egg, but I feel like Leshrac is just too valuable this game into the Timber and Chaos Knight with the items. So yeah, I think it is at least Lesh mid, Kunkka off, and then you're looking for either your 5 or your 4.
Okay. You see the two bans from G2IG, straightforward Tianmin heroes, like 5 or a 4, Elder Titan, Hoodwink. I'm not sure, maybe a Shadow Demon that's left in the pool that you can use against the CK a bit. Maybe a Bane with a grip. Maybe some Jakiro if you want to go ham into the CK. Hero that's not really played by a lot of teams, but I think has a bit of potential. Let's see. What 5 do they pick? You don't really get the 5 for the last pick very often.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't mind some like team fighting S here, at least someone that provides like some stun or... Okay, so it's a pseudo response to egg. I really feel like Lil Shredder is... Yeah, you can deal with it, but then you're in the middle of the fight. Often you're going to die. And there's a lot of value with kisses this game. I mean, Snapfire is going to be a great hero to be able to deal with the Phantasm illusions, to offer you burst damage against the Timbersaw as well, which they have a ridiculous amount. And we're going to get a Zeus though, and we can go next. We can go next. This one is
too good.
I've stamped it. It's
okay. Stamp of approval from Aries. Free Zeus game, yeah. Freezes. I don't know. Looks good. Freezes, man. It looks good. Like, you're playing into Lash, right? There's no jump besides the Kunkka with X marks the spot later on. Absolutely no heroes that get on top of you. Maybe a gobble up, you know, like super late. We'll see if FY can work some magic. Looks good. I have to admit, I have to agree. Nothing to say on the Zeus. Looks good, and I completely agree with your read on. Damn, you know what? Like, our brains are either so small or so big. We agree on a lot of things. Maybe it's one brain cell. One brain cell we're sharing. It has to agree. It's either 1 or a 0. I do like it here. Like the snap into Phoenix is good because you can get rid of the egg, and because FY is not a core, like not some offlane or mid snap that we used to see, it's justifiable. But Tex Nova as well is super like one of his most played heroes. He's very well aware of what he needs to do on the Phoenix against the snap. So you just position your eggs a little bit more carefully, and you make sure that Tiny is maybe available to jump the snap in case he goes on the eggs. So definitely something they can play around. Looks like a Zeus game overall.
Yes, looks like a Zeus game, and again, where he should be able to get them over the finish line. I will say, I think there are a lot of question marks. There are some matchups I've not seen, like on this new patch, which can change things. Really, the big one for me is like this Chaos Knight Luna. How much is we've been saying for a while now that the Ag Shard on Luna really makes a lot of melee matchups much more playable for her. So this is going to be interesting on how you deal with the Chaos Knight with it. The Leshrac as well into CK can be a little bit iffy because Lesh has low armor, but you also do blow up the Phantasm Illusion, so it really kind of depends on who's playing ahead. Maybe Ori has to go Shivas, but then his biggest issue is going to be the Zeus this game. And also, I feel like this is a very difficult Timber game. You're countered by... They have a crap load of damage. I even think Conqueror is one of the best strength heroes against the Timber. So this is what you should expect if you first pick a Timber to go into like 5 heroes that are very good against you. So let's see what JT is going to be able to do on the hero. Like maybe it's going to be like your Kaya just blink and... sorry, not Kaya. Oh my god. Yeah, no, well, Kaya works, but I meant blink BKB is what I'm thinking for JT. But with all that being said, I still feel like I don't care whatever build Nothing to Say goes. I think this is a free Zeus game. He's going to be concerned a little bit about X in the early game, but it doesn't matter. Like this is.
No, let's see. By the way, off topic. Speaking of Kaya, when I was in Kuala Lumpur, I went into like one of the malls. I like to buy all the local stuff, right? Just the local snacks. I always carry a full bag back home, and there was a thing called Kaya. Did you ever had that? Did you ever have it?
No.
It's actually
No.
pretty damn good. It's nothing crazy. It's basically like a sweet in a jar, like a how would I put it? It's made out of eggs, like it's sweet and completely made out of eggs. Yeah, it's like an egg spread. You can either eat it with a teaspoon, put it on a bread, or I've seen that they use it in coffee as well or in tea. But it's very nice. Like anyone that lives in Kuala Lumpur, maybe they know what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if it's really Malaysian or maybe from one of these countries around, but Kaya is really tasty. And I do like Kaya on JT as well. Sure, he can go for it. Kaya Sanj with a blink. Back to the game, I do think that it's not a bad build. And JT is one of those players that can really make bad situations work out for him. This is definitely a bad game for Timber, but let's see what he can do.
Yeah, JT, I think, has got an offlaner that has a very, very high skill ceiling in regards to like playmaking and taking over games. And then there can be games where he just doesn't, not like he has like an overly bad performance, but where it's kind of just like mediocre. He just does his role. But I have seen very recently, there are a couple tournaments that.
I would say he either has a game in which he owns, or he has a morale-boosting game in which he's clowning and just like making everyone happy on his team. Like
it's a good role to have.
It is definitely is. You need some player like that one.
Yeah, you got to have a clown, right? I mean, at least in
it helps. It lifts, lightens up the mood. It's better to play the game when it's not too serious. After all, it is a game. And it's always more enjoyable to play if you're actually enjoying it and not just stressed out.
See how the lane's looking at the moment, though. Pretty even overall. Again, very intrigued to see on how this Chaos Knight's going to be able to fare as well. And very similar to the discussions that we brought up last game with the Conquer and the Conquer's team, BKBs is going to be a must for Azure at a very early stage. Sorry, for G2IG at a very early stage. Like you have a stupid amount of spell damage. So we're going to need a BKB pretty early on. which is, you know, Zeus is a hero that doesn't go for it. So let's see if with 1x maybe they might be able to bring him down, but really my attention's going to be on like when does Timber get it and when does the CK get it.
I would say it's kind of similar on both sides though, don't you? Don't you think so? Like the other side as well, with the Zeus, with the Timber, with tiny toss combo. Phoenix Egg on top of everything. Like just a high value item. Who would ever guess BKB is needed? Wow.
Yeah, I know.
We're doing some high level analysis right here.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it is like purely magic damage on Azure. Like, that is it.
It's true.
It's sure, true. Like, right. Low with 4 items is going to be right clicking, but
even then, when he buys Kanda, you know, it's a lot of magic damage as well. Yeah, from that phylactery. What's going on in the lanes, by the way? Is anyone dominating so far? Mid lane even.
Not even.
Bottom lane kinda even as well. Top lane even. Like no one really stepping ahead at the moment.
I don't know what happened with top for the lane to be in this position, but it looks like Azure somehow it's got shoved out pretty heavily. The small camp's still blocked as well, so Ark is free farming under the tower.
Creep skipping, right? Like a bit of creep skipping shenanigans had to happen on top lane. I'm not sure if it was that necessary. I'm looking at Snap and Kunkka. I do feel they possess some, you know, strong right-click damage even into CK. Thinking they can trade, but okay, they just wanted to get a couple of levels. Now this Kunkka has double bracer. Like he's the one that's winning, by the way. Ba has way more CS than Monet. Like he's the one uneven character on the map. Hero.
What are we wanting out of Baboka in the kind of once the laning phase starts to dissolve? What is his kind of role in the next couple of minutes?
He should go and kill people.
Okay, a killer.
I mean, yeah,
he's a killer.
He's a killer. It is a position for Tiny, right? So you want to be killing. The thing is, I'm not sure how well this bottom lane can dissolve, because like we mentioned, this Timber it's not a free lane for him. So I'm not sure if you can. Usually you want to leave the Timber and rotate around a little bit, make stuff happen on the map as Tiny. But you might just have to babysit JT. Maybe some rotation around a 6-minute rune. Besides that, it's really hard to make a move without JT being zoned. Let's see, they're going in though.
Oh, they want to go in. Okay, nice little poke damage onto low. Maybe Baboka stepped a bit too far forward. And it looks like that's going to be the case. First blood.
Nice. Ooh. Counterplay.
Oh.
And he latches, like there were 2 trees, he latches on the tree behind. So he gets on top of Luna. Really nicely done by JT. And are you happy with that? You're super happy if you're JT. Like you get the
mid
free
lane?
kill.
Nothing. Alright. Maybe. What? No way. I don't know if he would have ticked out. I wasn't paying enough attention. I kind of blinked, so I didn't see if Nothing Say was going to die to the last Edict charges after the Lestrak kill, but regardless, he got a really lucky shield rune, so let's just say that was enough for him not to die once the Lesh was gone.
And the Tiny was around as well, maybe some split would have happened, but nice rotation as well, nice little kill by Nothing to Say. Tiny can go back down bottom, and Lesh actually, we see this very often from Ori. If he dies, he just rotates to a side lane. JT died to this last game. Well, not JT. Malik died to this last game. Let's see if JT does as well.
Nice stun. Yep. Maxed range from Tian Ming, just clipping him on the edge. Exactly what they needed, considering Ori doesn't have a point in Split Earth, and they might actually stick around. This is like a catapult wave. And they can glyph if they need to. Low's going to tank the tower. They'll split some of the damage, and I have no glyph as well, so this tower's going to go down unless there's a lot of response, and Nothing to Say will move.
Yeah. TP's in. Meanwhile, X-Nova on the other side stole the Wisdom Rune. So 2 Wisdom Runes going for IG. You know, you gotta take your wins where you can, and getting level 6 on Phoenix is early enough is usually very important.
We want to mention Bark is free farming top lane.
Yeah, he's owned it.
Yeah, 50 last hits compared to the 47. I think a lot of them were a little bit of the jungle camps for Manade, so there is a bit of a net worth difference, about 500 bottom lane, low.
Yeah, tiny.
Dive, Tianming. He's kind of deep, Baboka. A bit of a peculiar position, and Ori's going to be able to still stick around and snipe him.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, unlucky.
He tried on the techies, but techies has safety bubble. Such a stupid item, I swear. Like, come on, it's just not right. Like, even ex Nova, he tried to go for that kill, sees the safety bubble. He's like, yeah, I'm not getting this. Just
Nothing
a
wrong?
casual, yeah, just a casual 100 HP, you know, plus 2 health regen as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's so crazy how the numbers that I had before the patch actually. Like, what were those numbers? 5 HP regen?
And 5 seconds.
Yeah,
cooldown.
like, oh, okay. Interesting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
2,000 net worth lead. So yeah, Azure lane's gone incredibly well. Even though Ori made a lot of those rotations down to bottom, got a couple kills, and he's still keeping up in farm. So I do wonder what the build is going to be for him as well. If this is going to be some Shivas, we're getting some Yours into Bloodstone. We're getting the Kai Bloodstone as well, which looks like it will be the Kai at the moment for Ori.
Yeah, I just
lane,
want
next Nova?
I'd really like to see him able to reset, on this slash. I'm not sure what kind, if he's an Yules enjoyer. I've seen him build it.
He is a Yours enjoyer. Yeah.
So JT
Again.
once again.
Tianming to start, FY to follow, and
Yeah,
this is what we're mentioning. This is what should happen every time a Timber is drafted first pick. He should have a horrific time every single moment they can possibly gank him. And our top lane Monade as well. He's getting ganked. Through the portal they go. Ori and FY looking to get incredibly active. They've got the kisses if they need it, but they will not. Ori is pumping out some damage.
Yep, with the Edict as well. It's very long cooldown, so you can just use it again, take down the tier 1 tower perhaps. What are the nice things? There's a huge stack for JT, the hard camp, and perhaps ancient stack as well that he can take, so he can recover a little bit. Maybe get a little tankier at least, because you just can't show your face in the lanes anymore. If your Tiny is not with you, you're dying. Nothing to break the stun lock control, that's the problem. Like, if he has anyone helping him, he lives, but alone it's impossible.
They're gonna smoke pre-phylactery. Let's see. Needing a big kill to try and change the status quo of this game. Tianming currently down bottom. It's not gonna be an easy kill, especially with the mines they're gonna have to run past pretty shortly. Looks like they should be able to get him there. Oh, very unfortunate. I mean, if it was a couple seconds early with the TPR, he had a great read, but not to be. So they get the kill. Tower's gonna go down. And let's see what Nothing to Say is going to continue to be able to do with the phylactery almost completed. And a big thing is like, how are you going to unlock Baboka's game? Because you need a pretty decent timing on the blink for him. Because you compare it to Radiant, and what we've already seen, it's like Conquered Techies plus Lesh. Even maybe include the Snapfire there instead of the Lesh sometimes. And it's very easy for them to make these early game movements without a blink dagger compared to Dial.
Where's your safety bubble now, Techies? Where is it? Very easy for them, of course, to make some plays, of course. Do you have a favorite when it comes to just taking it chill and going late game? Do you think that Zeus and CK are still as strong as you thought in the draft, or maybe they can fall off?
Nothing to Say. Ooh, Haste ain't gonna do much, but the X is on you. And this is a big kill. This is your weakness this game. If Bark in the early game is able to get on top of you, land the combo. And this is now going to be a tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah, just no one is doing anything on their side. Like, your Timber got zoned, he's out of the lane, he's going for the Eternal Shroud. Your Chaos Knight, of course, wants to be farming and chilling, not really joining any of these fights. And Yeah, Tiny doesn't have a blink to make stuff happen on his own, so you're kind of stuck just waiting for. I don't even know how do you fight if you're IG? What do you do? Do you wait for
Radiant's top tower
the
is
blink on
under
Tiny,
attack.
or do you just smoke YOLO with some Phoenix Timber?
Maybe there was a potential fight around like mid lane dive with Egg and Baboka popping out of the trees with Avalanche, and then you just go a bit too far on Azure, but they just got one kill and tower's gone. And now you're probably not going to get a team fight where you can have everyone grouped up in an area where they commit too far. So I don't know. I think you just farm. I mean, nothing to say he's going to be going for the Manta build, so let's see. I mean, I did say I think he wins this game with any build, but I'm still not a big fan. Well, see what he can do.
They're just farming. That's it. Like, you can see the way they're splitting up the map. Invictus Gaming, they don't want to play Dota right now. They're playing Path of Exile or something. I'm not sure. Just hit the creeps across the map. Even your position 5 is just farming. X-Nova stacking up the medium camp, killing it off with Fire Spirits. Timbersaw, the Ancients on the right side. CK, the top whole line of creeps. He's got Armlet and I believe Echo Saber. Almost Echo Saber, not too far away. All they want to do is just chill. I think the only time they make a play is when... Okay, actually Tiny is very close to blink, but they're gonna do the play before it. They see maybe a nice pick-off potential down bottom.
Dire are scanning.
One of the mines went off. Oh, I don't know if it was JT actually.
He dodged them though. They tried to scan him. They saw him on the ward, so they thought they knew where he is, but he just sidelined them all. And now he knows about the Twin Gate as well.
And unfortunately no one's top, so the smoke isn't going to work, which I think he's getting a little bit delayed.
Maybe low.
You are? Okay. They are behind though. Looks like they're aware of this. Smoke's going to pop. Oh, importantly, they're going to run into nothing to say. Instant heavenly jump away, and this is not the fight they want to take. So look at the kill into Baboka. And nothing to say. He's not going to mess around. Wasn't even hesitating to see if this is an opportunity for him to be able to get some kills. So they are out of there.
Rush. But this is basically all because of Techies dodging them for so long down bottom. And then scouting the Twin Gate move as well with the mines. They knew exactly what's going to happen. They put back in there and... he broke the smoke, they went on him, but just not enough damage. Even with the combo, you can't kill him. He didn't go for some instant Aghanim's build. He's got 2 bracers, he's got the vessel and the point booster, like way too much HP.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
No, Age is up. Warrior ready to go. Bloodstone almost online for him. You do finally have this blink, but it's around the time where Azure are ready to start to group. Maybe not actually. It's a bit early on. I mean, still low doesn't particularly have like, you know, Manta BKB. They might be able to get a kill on Monado. At least they are eyeing the Chaos side at the moment. X-Nova is playing behind him. 3 points in the Sunray as well.
Nice
Let's see if
cookie.
they're going to be able to have the burst potential. Looks like they should. With their FY along with Ori nearby, yeah, he's going to go down. Not even enough of the Sunray to be able to protect him, and no one even tries TP in as well to help out.
And it's so sad, he just used the ulti, so he couldn't even use it to dodge some amount of damage, some amount of spells. Couple of them at least. Nothing's gonna happen. Instead, JT does.
They're gonna try and fight top though. Yeah, but low's already set up, and you don't have your Zeus, which is a lot of the damage. You get the kill into Ori by the looks of it. Nothing to say. He's gonna get caught over the right side though. Bark, a glimpse of nothing to say. Nice jump. I don't think it's gonna matter in the end though. A cute attempt to dodge the combo, but Azure able to get a glimpse of the Zeus positioning from Bark on point with the wraparound that he was looking for, and intercepts the nothing to say Zeus trying to enter the fight.
At this point, you're just feeding way too much, and you have to make something happen. So they take a fight, they do at least take down the Aegis, they defend the tier 2 for a little while longer. Zeus, unfortunate that for him, but IG, they're in a position in which they have to make these trades. And JT is kinda ready, he has Eternal Shroud, so something at least to work with. not as easy to kill anymore.
They can fight top now. A really far push forward. Oh,
Nice jump.
Just not working. And the Torrent as well to get nothing to say. Just
And the back.
nothing is
CK
going
though.
their way. 1-8's going to be a
And
little
the
bit
stun.
late. Stun from Ori. Just everything, man. Do they get the vision? They do. All right.
They had to get this at least. You know, if you do not get the techies there and they all escape, like screw that, you're pissed. You know, it's not even about the time wasted. You're just feeling so bad about it. Every spell missing. Let's see though, Twin Gate play perhaps. The CK is ready. He's got this Echo Saber. Maybe they can make a move on the Luna and snap.
The ward's going to see them, though. It's a pretty nicely placed ward. They might go for the kill on someone 8, though. No one else is trailing the Chaos Sniper with the Eclipse and the Mortimer Kisses. Monate's going to try and do as much damage as he can onto the Luna, but it's just not enough. And now they saw Baboka as well, and
Radiant's middle tower
it just seems like everyone is in two minds at the moment. Like, nothing to say is wanting to farm.
FY has a
They
blink, by
wanted
the
to
way.
go.
Baboka? If
Radiant's
they see
top
him,
tower
like,
is under
maybe a
attack.
kill is possible here. Yep, X marks the spot.
Nice com. Okay, never mind. That's all. It's a nice Abatos to be able to dodge the bow. Not to be. Very impressed. Zero having an incredible early game. Their movements across the map look very fluid. You've got low farming, but also showing up to a lot of important moments where he's getting involved in some little team fights and trying to put pressure onto the tier 2 tower. You've got Ori with Bloodstone into BKB next, so everything is lining up really well for Azure.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games in which Azure ends it with the next rush, or we see some omega long game in which they kind of defend the high ground and Zeus becomes the lightning hands god that we've seen in a couple of games. I just still don't see the way for them to fight. FY down bot, like not even the Snapfire is afraid. He's got blink.
I think a lot of it is just like Radiant overcommitting into a fight where like Egg's in an okay position. For them, X-Nova's like actually pretty high level. I guess all the other supports are as well, besides Baboka only level 8, but that is going to be a big thing. High points in Supernova. Maybe you can get the Aghanim Shard as well, which would be nice, but I think you're a little bit more reactionary. We are going to see them try and initiate. They are scouting out Bark, but FY is playing behind him. Jump in with JT's damage. Let's see if it's going to be enough with the Thunder God's assistance as well. Bark tries to drop the bow. The damage reduction, it's not going to be enough. FY does still kill the Supernova, but have they committed too far? Because the responses are now coming out. Ori's going to TP in. You'll also get Tianming as well. JT doesn't make it up to the high ground, but they will not pursue. A little bit concerned about the threat of Baboka and nothing to say now being here. Oh, Baboka actually finds a bit of an angle. Oh, he tossed the timber. Might not matter in the end. JT's going to turn his attention over to Tianming. Baboka is gone without a doubt. These kisses raining down. You know, G2 IG, they're going to have to get out. Can't stick around any longer.
Yeah, they do get a Kunkka in the end, a little bit of a misplay there with the toss, of course. They are showcasing that they still have got it in them, right? Like, they can make things happen. It will get a bit more difficult now that Bach is 800 gold away from the Agonies. Like, the Torrent Storm, we've seen it in the last game, how much it can do when Nothing to Say bought it. This is also an amazing game for a Torrent Storm. I feel like every game is amazing for Torrent Storm, but at least there's a BKB already on Monet. You know, the Echo Saber that he had, he disassembled it. He's got the BKB now, level 15. Not too bad. Like, they are keeping up. 7k difference is a significant chunk, 20 minutes in, but not something you cannot win against.
No, not at all. But this is your Azure not at one of their ultimate timings with BKB and Torrent Storm. And you can maybe just walk Roche, or you can just take a fight and then go Roche. It's really, I feel like they can do anything they want to with the current state of the game.
Yeah, Ori with the BKB as well is their prime time, right? When you have BKB on your 2 cores, and then on top of that you have Torrent Storm, that should basically activate you completely. For me, the X factor is still the CK, like how much he'll be able to do into the Luna Shard. You can see that low queued it up instantly after the BKB. I do believe he'll probably buy it right now. He's got enough gold. Or maybe he goes for Phylactery first. I'm not sure. I would like the shard before Phylactery. I feel it's way safer. And you have enough... Yeah, he buys it. You have enough damage from Lash and Snap anyway. No need to... And of course techies. No need to... all in on that. 4-man smoke.
GT, of course, like we've seen so far this game, very killable. Goes to the T2 tower, unfortunately doesn't have too much mana if they want to try and turn it with a fight, and they're all going to go back to base. A little bit concerned about the status of the map without anyone showing from Azure for quite a while. Nothing to say once they TP back and fill up on the resources again, so they'll get mid out, they'll get top out as well. They'll maybe look for some objectives before they look for Roshan.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower
At least he ate all the mines.
structures
Ah, yes.
Dire
You know.
are scanning.
Dude, this is so weak. What a hero.
Like, that's the best thing for me about techies. It's not about the laning stage and blast
He's
off
gonna die.
damage.
Oh my god, okay.
Let's see.
No, he's gonna die.
He's farming them with tranquils, you know?
He left. He's like, alright, I'm not going where I haven't walked. We'll go the other way instead.
Heal up with the tranquils, go in. Try another time. This is the power of techies. Like, the strongest. In your pubs, okay, techies is a nuisance because other things. In pro games, like the vision and map control that this guy gives is, for me at least, the most important. Like, just because you cannot play the map as easily as you usually would, like your smokes aren't as effective because you can run into mines. So, yeah, just super annoying to play against.
So eventually Azure are going to be looking at this Roshan. They're potentially waiting for it to be... Jump in.
Atos didn't connect. Nice little reaction by Boca. Nice little Snapfire, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned, has a blink, has of course the Atos as well. Wants to scale, going life near next. Some extra control for them. They are lacking a little bit when it comes to that. Right, like X marks the spot, just isn't it. The splitter, not really a very convincing catch, which is why this game is looking so slow. They are unable to make plays on the map, which is also why they should go Rosh as soon as it's up.
And do we feel like G2IG are going to be able to contest it, or is this something they
for sure
need to avoid? Okay.
No. I think you fight this. I think you like on Azure, they can't make plays, so they want to fight Rosh. Basically, if you go in, you have to. If you want to defend Rosh, you have to fight him. So it's a forced fight.
Lowe's not there.
Let's
No
see.
Luna. Maybe an opportunity. Smoke's gonna pop. They get the vision. Instant BKB from Ori. Bloodstone is gonna charge in. They've been able to isolate Baboka, which is a lot of the control inside the middle of the team fight. Meanwhile, JT as well is trying to deal with the backline. They'll get the beam before the egg. Down goes the Phoenix, but with the BKB expiring from Ori, he's gone as well. G2IG able to reset, but they won't be able to drag back. Buck, Nick timing with the X, able to catch up. Nothing to say before the leap away. A heavy commitment though from Dire. Is there going to be an opportunity for them to be able to finally have this first successful team fight? Even Ori's looking to rejoin as well. They need a way to protect JT. Maybe Baboka's going to be in with the combo, but it's not going to matter. Just the AoE damage, it's too much. It is too much. No BKBs. They're going to turn. They've got the attacks to be able to bring down the egg. It is not a concern for Azure. Ori catches up. The Split Earth is there. It's a 5-man white. Multiple buybacks as well committed as well. And AR will now get Roche.
Yeah, that's it. If you don't have catch, the easiest way to force a fight is to go into the pit. ISG, they felt confident enough to take that. Not bluff, just to take them and try to go for a team fight. And I do believe that it could have went much better for IG, but they got too separated. I feel like they had this plan in which FY needs to be removed for Phoenix Sec to be used. And you could see them just chasing FY a little bit too much on the left, which stretched them thin. Flashrack did more than enough damage. They take down Zeus as well. He gets X marks the spot because he can't follow up. And this Lightning Hand Zeus into Kunkka is not great until the BKB And that's probably the biggest difference maker in that last fight. No BKB Zeus means he dies way too easily. 2 diebacks on IG. Nice little blast off right there from Tianmin. And Ori just cleaning up in the end.
$14,000 net worth lead now.
Radiant are scanning.
Continuing to rise. Low is just charging at them as well. Monet's going to be able to get the Wisdom Rune, but has to use a defensive BKB though.
X-Nova. X-Marks is there.
And Bark this game on the Conqueror has been exceptional. From the lane to his setups onto the Zeus to the positioning as well to be able to get them once they're trying to retreat away. Very good performance. They might high ground.
Dire's bottom tower
Why not?
has
Phoenix is
fallen.
dead, right? Like, you have Kanda completed on Luna. Who's not there? Lash is not there. Techies isn't as well. Your top lane is being pushed in, but it's just the tier 1 tower. It's not that easy to push into Zeus.
They're gonna look for a toss back.
Structures
Oh, whoa, whoa,
What
whoa,
happened?
whoa, 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 what just happened? Baboka!
Baboker.
radiant structures
Uh-oh.
Baboker.
That's a full set now, I think, JT?
Dire's bottom
Oh, he didn't get the
JT
chain
might
away
do.
as well. And they're gonna kiss the backline. They got the Zeus. Zeus is gone. Dude, is he? Oh my god. Zeus
He
ulti.
lives. Zeus ult. Kill Zeus.
Dire's structures are fortified.
What happened to Baboka? Nothing cancelled it. He just
Dire's bottom
didn't want to
barracks
toss
are
back
under
the Lash. Is that
I
what
don't
it
know. I
was?
think
bottom
just
barracks has fallen.
I mean,
Slip
in any
up, I don't
case, you're tossing on a Zeus who doesn't have a BKB, so you're putting him in a problem. But he has Heavenly Jump to get away, so it's not like the worst. Yeah, slip up, cost them the barracks. By the way, I cannot flame Baboka. There's some crazy Twitch chatter that whenever I flame Baboka or say anything, he just goes into it. He's like, "Leave my boy alone." He's been doing this for literally 2 years, man. Like every time I cast.
Oh, what a
JT?
torrent! What a torrent! Onto 2, are you serious? It's an okay egg, but look at them just turn to it! And up Baboka's on the back. I mean, this is... Oh god, this might be over.
Has fallen.
Yeah, Baboka was in a perfect position right there. Sadly, it didn't work. And anyways, this, yeah, it would be over. FY once again in with the glide
He's
here.
got a glove kit. What?
Another catch. Okay, okay. So FY,
Alright.
Are under attack.
Freebie?
yeah, he baited the techies there. A free little kill.
Dire's
still
middle
have-
tower is under attack. Middle
They don't have a BKB on CK actually. He can't really fight this.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Monet's gonna
wants to fight
try. But no BKB, we see they're just gonna able to turn it. Ori can stand strong. He's so tanky at the moment. Bloodstone, plate mail. Tip for Ori as well. Because the credible performance he's had on his very comfortable Leshrac.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Once
And
the
nothing to
tier
say
3
gets called with the
falls-
X.
Yep.
And
Mortis.
He's globbed down as well.
Oh, he's fine. However,
Maybe-
Baboka.
And
GG.
they're gonna call it. Well played, Azure. Congratulations. They're gonna be starting the upper bracket here for the Elite League playoffs. Very, very convincing game.
No, 100%, yeah. Super convincing, nicely done, especially considering how well G2IG played in the last game and what they did to PSG Quest. Congratulations to Azure proceeding into the upper bracket, and I guess that means that G2IG is together in the lower bracket, right, with PSG Quest? Both of them? Okay. I mean, they all go through into the playoffs, so not really too bad of a day for any of these teams. A couple of games, a couple of practice games into the playoffs. Maybe a learning experience as well. Learn that Chaos Knight is still not good enough for the meta. That Timbersaw as well can be punished very heavily if he's first faced. That's something that Azure did very, very damn well, and I feel like that's where the game was even broken in the Timber lane, because they couldn't create too many plays across the map until some blinks were up, and Atos on Snap, but they made sure that JT was just suffering on that bot lane. Then all the nice rotations, of course, from Bach, from X marks the spot. Lu as well joined the game much earlier than most Lunas do. He started fighting very early on, like even before the Manta was up, so nicely done by him. Overall, congratulations once again to Azure. Clean game, nice performance.
Yeah, and I've learned to stop predicting Zeus is going to win.
I believed you. I had faith in your Zeus call. I'm like, okay, this guy's a spammer.
My the issue is my read on Zeus is solely magic build.
Biased.
Well, yeah, I mean it's a little biased, but it's only for one build. I've very much experimented with the magic build and had a lot of success with it. And this Lightning Hands build though, is I don't have a good read on when it's a good game and when it isn't. And unfortunately, nothing to say. He struggled on the Zeus, and a lot of that I praised Bark throughout the game as well. I think Conker had an exceptional performance. I mean, free farm the lane, his positioning with the X's. I mean, always getting the combos. The Spirit Vessel as well was such a key item for them too. We discussed it actually in the previous game, the Mirana going it on Baboka, and I know this is something that Conker has gone in the past, but again, it is not kind of that middle item that we're getting before the Scepter, only very situationally, but it's a cool adaptation for him. But no, I was very much wrong with the Zeus call, so my bad. It happens, and Azure able to come on top, and man, they look good. So hopefully we're able to see them like with this performance into the upper bracket, because of course they're going to be going up against some very difficult teams, but we have our bracket set now.
Yeah, we have a full bracket set, and look, for me, people that think they can predict who's gonna win out of the two teams that are evenly matched are just silly. Like, games are won, wars are won on the battlefield, right? And so are games in Dota. Like, you have to outplay, and there's always potential for something different to happen, and then you can of course have that confirmation bias. Oh yeah, it happened because this and this and that, but frankly, it's most of the time, unless some heavy outdrafts are happening, which aren't happening on this level, it's mostly just done by sheer outplays that have happened a couple of times in this game. They managed to outplay JT on the bottom lane, all the rotations with the wars, the techies moves, like Tianmin, man, he read them like a book. This was from the techies, not from just the mines, just the way he moved, the way he warded, like dodging that first smoke, setting up vision, preparing the team that they're gonna go through the twin gate on top. Just beautiful from him.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So honestly, our tiebreakers were pretty uneventful. Like, there was nothing too crazy. We didn't go a second round. The games were. The first one was we had some interesting moments with the Pudge, but then Zure still was only 1-2 fights that were a little bit rocky from them. G2IG, they rocked PSG Quest as well with that Cotter Wind Ranger draft and this one in particular. So yeah, our tiebreakers weren't as exciting as we've seen from some of the other tiebreakers, with games going crazy distance, getting second triple rounds. But that means we can all have a nice relaxing evening as we get ourselves set up for the playoffs, which are going to be starting tomorrow. So there is absolutely no break in the action at all. So that's going to be exciting. Just to keep everyone updated, we'll be starting with a low bracket round 1, and it looks like we have 4 series going tomorrow. So there is a lot of action. 2 teams will be eliminated, and then we will move to the upper bracket. So it has been a pleasure. Another night we are done. Any closing comments, Lizard?
No, I'm just heartbroken. We don't get the one-on-one shenanigans. So in the rules, if the tiebreakers went 2 rounds, the third round would be decided with a one-on-one mid. Kind of sad that that's not gonna happen, but I'm not sad as well because I have barbecue going on in my yard. So I think I'll trade the one-on-one for some nice chicken barbecue. I'm good. I'm good. See you all tomorrow. It's the playoffs are beginning, and it's gonna be wild. Like, I believe the first 2 days are 4 series each, so going to be a lot of interesting stuff when Group A and Group B finally start mixing up.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see if Group A is stronger or if Group B is stronger, and if Falcons are going to be able to win 3 back-to-back really big tournaments, because of course so far they are on a run, and is anyone going to be able to stop them as well? But at least for the Elite League group stages, we are now done. Our eyes go towards the playoffs. We're going to be starting tomorrow with 4 series. So with that being said, we'll see you guys then for some more Elite League action.
Psych, we're actually back. We're not done for today. The one-on-one mid is sadly not happening. Instead, what we have is an interview with none other than Tianmin. Welcome, Tianmin. How do you feel? Congratulations on winning.
说就是
feel good enough.
恭喜你获得这里的胜利。Okay, thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. But there's still echo.
I didn't hear. Yeah, I didn't hear the translation. Did you hear it?
Oh, no.
Never mind. I have a good question for you. Next one, techies. You are playing an amazing position 5 techies. I want to know, is there anyone that you look up to when it comes to the hero that you trained from, or is it all you? The mining and everything looks pretty good. Like your map control is amazing.
他说你的抛位战略特别好，然后在控制地图方面做得特别的到位，这个是怎么修炼出来的？
大陆人啊。
就打了 OK, just play more pops. If you play more, you can get this kind of techies.
Just pubs. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna play a lot of techies pubs. Thank you. Is there one more question for me, and that's it? Is there any team that you look forward to playing in the playoffs? Someone that you think is currently in a really good form?
You mean is there any other team in good form?
Yeah. Any other team that he wants to play in the playoffs, like in the next couple of days? Is there anyone that he thinks is their biggest opponent or like the strongest team currently in the tournament?
如果在今后的这个比赛里面，觉得最有竞争力的对手是谁？咱们的对手是
法老吧。
Yes, Falcons, of course.
Falcons, of course. Thank you. Very stoic. Aries, do you have some questions?
Okay. Just one question. Tianming, what do you like to do outside of Dota? Do you have any hobbies?
就是想问你在 Dota 之外有什么兴趣爱好？
Eat and sleep.
In sleep. That's pretty good. That's good enough. So I will leave it at that. Thank you, Tianming. Appreciate you joining us. Thank you for the interview and good luck in the playoffs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there we go. We interview done, and now Lizard, we get to see how the next tomorrow is going to look as well.
By the way, that guy can be Clint Eastwood in one of those Sparta movies, like. What's with the techies? How is there anyone who playing more pubs? Do you do anything besides playing? I sleep. Like very concise. Very what's the like a true Spartan? Like just man of Lacedaemonian. That's the word. Lacedaemonian. A man of he just answers the essence. And you have to get everything out of it. But yeah, like of course he just won the game. He wants to take a little bit of a chill time for himself. Understandable. What's happening with the standings? Who are we looking forward the most? Team Falcons?
Yeah, excited to see how Liquid are able to perform as well. I wasn't able to catch any of their games in Group B. Big Liquid fan, and excited to see how I know they've been playing a lot as well. Insenia, at least what I've seen, has been pretty vocal in a lot of interviews about their success recently, and the lack of success, I should say. And so excited to see how they're able to perform in Extreme. I didn't catch Extreme. I literally did not watch any of Group B. So really, I'm very keen to see how Group B is able to go. I know Group A is looking great at the moment. Question marks on PSG Quest. I think this is a team that are very hit or miss depending on the day, depending on the team and the series. So how they're going to be able to perform. They could be like an outlier, maybe an underdog that could take a couple of series if they get on a run. But yeah, mainly for me, it's just Group B because we really didn't cover any of the games.
Yeah, we didn't cover too many, and when I look at these two groups, a lot of surprises, definitely. Like a lot of teams that I didn't think are gonna drop out already dropped out. But when it comes to the playoffs, these are our upper brackets. We've got Team Falcon Extreme Gaming, I believe, on the April 12th, so tomorrow already. We will see them battle it out. Team Liquid and Azure as well, April 12th. So basically, all of these games will be tomorrow. We have 4 best-of-3 series. Of course, in the lower bracket, they're fighting for their survival in the Epic League, fighting for that grand prize of 960,000. Am I correct? Is that the amount?
Yes,
yeah,
you are correct.
That's a nice spare change for most of these players. I have to say, we do have some TI winners up there, so maybe for them it isn't life-changing, but for a lot of us, for a lot of players, that kind of winnings could completely change the way you go about life. It just makes it easier to focus on Dota, perhaps for most of them.
Yes, without a doubt. So let's see. It's going to be a exciting day of Dota ahead of us. Like you said, we've got 4 best-of-3s, 2 teams eliminated, and then we'll see 2 teams continue on to make it into the upper bracket finals. So we are with us now. That is actually it. We are done for the night. No more secret interviews coming. Tianming seems like he's your box. Teaching him a little bit of English, or someone else is learning. Was able to understand some of the questions, and I was in general, I know we didn't say too much, but it was cool to see that he's trying to learn English, which is very, very exciting. So for him, congratulations for Azure, congratulations as well. And let's see how they're going to be able to perform tomorrow. But yeah, for us, we're done for the Elite League group stages. Come back tomorrow for some more Dota action here for the playoffs. Well, we'll see you guys then.